All right. I believe we're live. So welcome to ooh, hold on a second. I don't know where. Oh, there it is. Okay. I thought I had forgotten my trusty little folded sheet of paper. So this is an art stream. If you're joining for the first time, or you're a returning viewer, or you're one of the few lack of people viewing right now. Usually these streams take a little bit of time to get going. And so it's like an act of faith every time I'm doing a live stream. I'm noticing to like eventually people come. It's kind of like the field of dreams kind of thing where you just kind of build it and then they come, which is weird. And I'm surprised. And I've probably dated how old I am by making a Field of Dreams reference at the top. So, which I should rewatch. I haven't watched that movie in a long time. I wonder if that holds up. We got Squatchy in the chats. Squatch, dude, if you want to hop on, feel free. If you want to just hang in the chats, that's fine too. But you're always welcome. I know you're usually working late at night on comics too, so just throwing that out there. Anyhow, so yeah, so I at the top always just for new viewers like want to kind of explain a little bit of what this is. So this is my live stream. I'm a freelance illustrator and graphic designer. I've been doing that for over 15 years. And then I'm a full-time art director. I've been doing that for going on like over 7 years now, which is kind of insane. So that means I've been a professional artist for like 20 years now, which is nuts. Maybe a little under 20, like 17 or 18 years. Anyhow, whatever. Who cares about the years? The point is, this is a live stream where I work on comics. When I'm not doing art direction or illustration or graphic design, I'm working on graphic novels. I'm usually trying to make like literary graphic novels. That's my interest. And all branches of literature right now, what I'm really interested in is making slice of life autobiographical comics that are like super confessional and like very emotional and transparent kind of comic books, because that's the kind of emo kid I am. So anyhow, we have 2 stories, which is my graphic novel about faith and mental illness that's hand lettered, hand inked, and basically is available at all online bookstores. And I'd recommend, if people want to save some money, ordering that through Amazon. Also going to your local comic shop and just asking, hey, you know, there's this book, 2 stories, and this one's available through Ingram for order, and just ask that maybe they carry like 1 or 2 copies. But if you want the most direct, quick approach and you have Amazon Prime, get free shipping and order yourself a copy of 2 stories. And if you haven't yet, maybe get one for a friend. I think it's an important comic. It's important enough to where I spent about 5 years of my life making it, and I'm probably going to spend another few years making the sequel, which is what I'm going to be working on during this stream. So yeah, I encourage people, check it out. It alternates between 2 different styles. So like when I'm telling stories from like my very young childhood, like for instance, when I was so obsessed with Back to the Future that I decided to dress up as a character from Back to the Future, it goes in this like really cartoony style that's super fun. And then it also deals with really heavy topics, like suicide and like panic disorder. And it'll go to like styles like this and even like warping reality, as you see here. So anyhow, so that's 2 stories. Make sure you check that out if you're following my channels. And then I have a new graphic novel that's coming out in June of 2022, bookstores everywhere. The best thing you can do for this book is go to your local box chain store or any bookstore and just ask that they carry this book. It's 138 full color, 138 pages, full color graphic novel that deals with a story of these 2 sort of star-crossed lovers that have they're polar opposites in the sense of like their primary ethic, where they start out like Jacob is a Christian and Sarah is an atheist, and they have common threads of interest because they're both trying to pursue careers in the arts. And both are kind of at a point in their life where their identities are being challenged. Jacob, his faith is being challenged by the death death of a family member, and then Sarah, her worldview is being challenged by a recent breakup with like a relationship with her professor. And as they're having these sort of their identities crumble a bit, they start finding themselves drawn more and more together and having interwoven dream sequences. One in which Jacob is sort of dreaming of himself as this toy character, and there's a narrative of a bee that kind of ties throughout the story as well. And I think it's really good. I'm really proud of it. Yeah, so that's Jacob's Apartment. Make sure you've ordered it and you get it. And again, none of these are like all ages comics. These are definitely for 16 or older. And they deal with really heavy topics, but that's my interest right now, and that's my area of interest. And what I do during these streams is ink. So I'm going to be inking this panel, which I think I'm on page 18 now, either 17 or 18 of book 2 of 2 stories. And so that's what I'm going to be working on today. And other than that, just talking about whatever's on my mind. So that's the situation for these individuals. That was just a little shout out for anybody who's followed some of the kind of broader YouTube drama that I wound up being sucked in very briefly a couple days ago. So situation individuals, guys. All right. So I'm going to basically draw and work on drawing art. And I hope you guys are having a productive time working on stuff too. Squatch, I'm curious what you're working on. And I know at some point you're probably going to want to know if Gary Hodges is working on Dinosaurs versus Marsbots. And I can assure you, like without Gary even being here, that he is probably hard at work on the next Dinosaurs versus Marsbots. I saw a little sneak peek of some of the costume art that he's chosen to do. And the guy has taken on quite a challenge. I'd be kind of interested because that is something I actually think about as I'm designing things. And luckily, most of my characters tend to wear t-shirts. But there was a point in 2 Stories Book 1 where I decided to have a character wear a plaid shirt, and multiple panels later was like, why did I decide to do this? But anyhow, that would be an interesting topic at some point. I would like to talk about that with Gary. So anyhow, today's been interesting. I had a bunch of illustration work that I was like behind on. And I tend to not take illustration work while I'm working on multiple books. I'm in a situation where I have to get like this second book done. I'm hoping as soon as possible. But I also have a pending script for a book that I have a deal to work on. And once that revised script comes, I'm basically going to have to set this comic on the wayside while I work on that. So I'm basically aiming to get as much progress on this book done as possible, so that fans of 2 Stories will hopefully get a hold of book 2 sooner rather than later. Because personally, as a reader, it's a bummer if you have to wait like a really long time for a sequel. And so I'm going to try to, again, with like the best quality that I can possibly do that. And then Squatchy said, LOL, you wouldn't like what I'm working on. Interesting. With Squatch, you never know. Although you guys should be following him on Instagram. He does really cool Squatch boxes too. So if you're a comic book collector and you're looking for like rare issues, or like you like kind of buying like comic book boxes, like kind of like mystery boxes, I would really recommend following Squatch. He also does a lot of custom comic covers and stuff that look really cool. But another thing is, much like my comics, Squatch's stuff is probably should be labeled not safe for work. and is definitely not all ages. Is that fair to say, Squatch? But yeah, people should be following him on Instagram. So let's see. So there was a topic brought up on the last YouTube stream, and I don't want to get into specifics about it because I don't want to like put the red light on anyone on YouTube. But like there were some references to like a certain situation where I guess there's like a group, and it's not within our immediate group, and that's good to know. That it looks like more and more have possibly defrauded some other people in comics, and it's kind of unfortunate. But like after that conversation, I kind of looked more into the issue, and it kind of looks more and more like that might be the situation. And I think that's a bummer. And I was actually going to kind of get into something. And then Squatch also said, yeah, nothing I do is all ages. And so that's good. That's good to know. Yeah. So anyhow, I didn't want to get into specifics of it. I feel like the people in the situation who were possibly defrauded will probably be bringing it up and maybe making a bigger deal of it in the YouTube space. Luckily, I'm distant enough from like the community involved where I don't feel like an obligation or a need to kind of speak up on it, because I think the people directly impacted by it will be having a much more like kind of open statement from what it looks like about this thing. But it did bring to mind like something that actually helped me avoid being in that situation. Yeah, so I'm trying to think of a way to kind of touch on the topic without directly touching on the topic. Like I want to be sensitive to, it sounds to me like people directly involved in this situation are gathering some pretty heavy information to drop at some point. And I think it's going to be a pretty epic drop for that specific community that's sort of not really our community, but has like a few overlaps. Like there's a few people involved in that community, not running it, that will be affected by like what happened. So anyhow, so I wanted to get into just some advice, some basic advice that I think will help people in life in general, not just with this comic community, but like just sort of avoiding scams or fraud kind of scenarios, and things that I implement that that help with that. So if you guys watch these streams, you'll notice that like anytime somebody's bringing up something that raises my eyebrows or whatever, I usually end up in a like bit of a debate about it. And I want to really talk about the importance of that, whether you don't have to be hostile or contentious with people. Like I can be a little too argumentative with people. And luckily, most people in my direct circle, which by the way, none of the people in my direct circle are involved in this drama that I'm vaguely referencing. But like none of the people in my immediate circle also are people that I feel uncomfortable or unsafe, like expressing skepticism about something too. And so that's number one for just like one piece of advice to avoiding being like sucked into a scam or something like that is be suspicious. I would say it's been helpful to me in my life that I am in scenarios where I'm not often at a point or in a situation where I'm not allowed to ask questions or get questions answered. And I feel like if you find yourself in a scenario where you aren't allowed to question, this doesn't mean like that every scenario that I'm in, like for instance, if you're in a workplace or whatever, if all you're doing is just kind of questioning authority and you're not actually like contributing solutions, or you're starting to kind of cause dissension or like rebel rouse, I guess. That could be a really hard thing in a workplace. Like even for the best of workplaces, the most transparent of workplaces, that kind of scenario obviously has a limit. But I would never work at a place where I'm not allowed to ask questions, and that's a huge thing. Um, I wouldn't expect that workplace to just kind of sit back and be quiet while I just continually ask the same question that's been answered, and maybe I didn't like the answer. Because that's just like that's looking for a fantasy workplace, right? But in general, I think it's just if you're in a scenario where you aren't allowed to ask questions, that should be a huge red flag. And I would say also if you're in a friendship where you feel uncomfortable or you're berated for kind of asking a question, or questioning why something is occurring, or what happened with something, that's a huge red flag. Like if you're met with like massive hostility when you ask like a very basic normal question, and it's not like an off day for the person, like it's just like you're asking a natural question. Like, let's say we're all out to dinner, with friends or something. I'm at dinner with friends, and like I just kind of say, hey, like, we were all kicking in, to for the bill, like, and we're working that out, and I'm asking some questions so that we kind of get it all resolved. That's a normal thing in relationships, and like I think it's a really unhealthy relationship if you aren't allowed to kind of go, hey, like what's going on with this. So that to me, like, always raises a red flag, and that goes for clients and professional relationships like tenfold. Like in personal relationships, there's earned and deserved trust. I don't know if that makes sense. Like if my wife asks me to trust her on something, I'm going to be much more trusting and and accepting of like whatever it is than I am of like a random stranger, because my wife and I have like a really long relationship where we've really built trust and we've worked through some like really heavy times. We've gone through some of the hardest times of our lives together. And so there's like a certain amount of trust that earns, um, you know, I think in a relationship, but in a business relationship, like, I feel like trust is definitely earned, and you definitely don't want to start in bad faith. Like you don't want to start a business relationship where you're so skeptical that you actually start poisoning the well. But also I wouldn't get in a business relationship where a natural question would be met with like some sort of crazy hostility. So that's one thing that to me raises a red flag, instantly. Another that I think like young artists or young cartoonists should be really aware of is the exposure trap, where there are certain things that will be presented to you throughout your career, as possibly being great for exposure. And we've talked about that ad nauseum on Artcasters, that should be like a big red flag. Doesn't mean it's always bad. Like there might be a scenario where, let's say, like my friend Corey, right now he's working on an animation, and if I were actually free, I wasn't completely booked up, I would probably volunteer and work with him on that animation, just to be a part of something cool because it sounds like a fun project. And I might do that just to have my name in the credits of this cool project, right? And I think if I were a young artist, I might do that just to have my name in the credits of this thing. So I'd have maybe a reel to show, so that I could kind of show that I have experience working in animation or something like that. It's a little different, than like the exposure scenarios that are often presented to young artists, where it's not about like, hey, I have a cool collaborative project that I want us to like have an equal cut in, and you should do it for exposure. It's not that kind of scenario. It's more of like a, hey, I have this great thing, it's going to make you tons of money, and it's going to be great exposure. To me, if I hear that, I instantly have a red flag pop up. And these red flags don't always mean that the person has ill intention or nefarious intention. But what I think that should trigger is that natural instinct that you'll see on the stream that triggers for me whenever I hear something I'm a little skeptical of. That's when you ask questions, because questions quite often are going to reveal holes or problems in a train of thought. And the reason you want to find holes or problems in a train of thought, especially in a business scenario, Frank, if you're up, buddy, and you want to hop on, feel free. If you're having one of those nights where you're kind of enjoying kicking back and not being on stream, let me know too. But all you have to do is say the word, and I'll send you a link. So yeah, like these red flags that I'm talking about shouldn't be like necessarily like a no deal situation. They should just be like a signal that you should be skeptical and you should ask questions. And also don't be wishful in your interpretation of the responses. There's an old saying, and this ties in a little bit to this subject too, but an old saying in life, it's definitely a trope, but there's truth to it, that if something sounds too good to be true, most of the time it is. There's another old saying that's really good to kind of keep in mind, and it's that nothing in life is free. So here's another red flag scenario. And I know this is weird. I just think it's important to go over these things because at least in the situation that I vaguely was alluding to with a different YouTube community that kind of has a little crossover with ours, it sounds like a lot of these questions were bypassed by the people who got defrauded. And so those people, to me, it seems like there's people who've fallen for like a confidence scheme, and it's kind of unfortunate. And I don't want to get into specifics. I just want to give advice on how like people in our community and the art casters and stuff, like, especially if you're new, like some tips you can employ to kind of avoid like being a victim of a confidence scam. So first one I went over, I'm just kind of trying to recap and organize my thoughts. This isn't anything I like pre-wrote or anything. I'm just talking off the cuff. Okay. And then Frank said he might hop on in like 20 or 30 minutes. So that's cool. Let's see. So yeah, like basically it's just one of those things of like, the first thing you should do is, can you ask questions? Do you feel safe asking questions? If you are challenged or attacked anytime you ask a question, and challenged does not mean answered. Like sometimes you'll ask somebody a really tough question and they'll give an answer. Or maybe they'll ask you some questions and try to kind of refine and figure out like what exactly you're trying to find out. That's okay. But what I'm getting at is like, if you're met with just somebody belittling you for asking questions, or worse yet, somebody saying, how dare you ask me that question? Like kind of having an attitude, especially if it's an unearned relationship. Like it's not a person who's like a personal friend of yours. It's like if you, I don't know, you get in a cab and you notice that the taxi overcharged you, and you just ask a natural question about this, like, hey, is this like the charge of this thing? And you're just met with like this, how dare you question me? Are you saying I'm a liar? Like that kind of thing. Then like chances are like that guy might actually be defrauding you. Like that's usually a pretty common sign of like somebody just being really shady. Like if they're hopping down your throat for a really, honestly, like a very fair question when there's money involved. I think that's a really good sign to just kind of like red flag, ask questions, maybe be cautious, maybe don't get into this business relationship, right? Okay, let's see. I mentioned some other things too, like the exposure trap. Like if it seems too good to be true, I think I mentioned that too. Like if people are promising, if people are making big promises. I was just talking about this. Oh, cool. Frank's going to hop on. Okay, cool. Let me have Frank on. One second. I'm not going to derail the train of thought here. I'm gonna pull Frank in on the conversation. Okay. Frank, let me know if that link works. I sent you a link. Yeah, so like one of the things that this situation that's come up like has kind of reminded me of is like there was an era in time where I made my primary living off of the t-shirt hustle. So there was a whole world of t-shirt competitions for artists, and you would kind of like submit to these competitions and you could get a pretty big payout from it. And then in general, like the bigger companies would legitimately give you so much exposure from a win of these contests that you'd just be like, your whole doc for like a year would be full of like t-shirt clients. So like there was an era on Threadless many years back, like a decade ago almost now, where if you got like a win on Threadless, it would be on every cool, like it would be on the front page of Reddit. It would be on like every major oh, I think Frank's ready. All right. Oh, and he's goggled. Welcome, Captain Goggles. How's it going?
Welcome. Thank you for having me on.
Glad to have you on, buddy. Yeah, so like with the t-shirt thing, there was a point where like there were certain sites where if you got like a win on those things, like it was legitimately good exposure. The catch is most of the t-shirt companies at the time that could offer that weren't selling that. Like that wasn't what they were getting you in to do. Like they weren't saying like, oh, you'll get great exposure, that's why you should participate in this thing. That just happened to be a byproduct. But when I was in that game, after getting some big wins on some of the bigger sites and getting really legitimate exposure, I got approached from every startup on the book. Like there was a point in my career where I'd get like 10 emails a day from like a startup t-shirt company that was promising the moon. And they had so much to offer, and they were this great startup. They were going to be the next big thing. And like if I just sold them my art or gave them art files, or just trusted that they would pay for artwork that they weren't offering pay for, but like they were going to pay for on the back end, like after receipt, like all sorts of like weird, just promising everything. Usually there was urgency to it. So it was like, there's a timeline on this. You get on the ship or it's going to leave. So there's a sense of urgency. And also there's always like these promises that were just way too good to be true. And often worded in ways that were very convincing. So I learned really early on, after about like a week and a half of this, after I had my like first big win on one of those sites, very quickly I figured out how to parse between what was a legitimate client, like approaching me for work, or a legitimate company that was presenting me with like a partnership or an opportunity, and a fraud. And it's a really hard line to parse, but all of that usually gets answered with questions, right? Like, and not just questions that are like, I'm going to take their word for it. Because again, like Frank and I, we stream together, right? But if I were to offer Frank like a business relationship, I'd want to see a contract. I'd want to see, like if I were Frank, I would want to see that from me. I've spent over 15 years in the field. That doesn't mean he should just take my word for it when it comes to like money or business. And and if I were pressuring Frank, or Frank were pressuring me, and also just like selling it with like a sense of urgency, and also with just this like, hey, this is this huge opportunity, you have to get on board. These are all huge red flags. Like in fact, if I'm close to Frank, like if Frank and I stream all the time, I should have the respect to where if I were to get in a business situation, with an individual like Frank. Sorry, I'm trying to say situation and individuals. The more I've looked into the Brett Keane thing, the more. Anyhow, it's just funny because I saw a thing where it was a guy doing the situation individuals, and I was like, that's pretty good. But anyhow, yeah, like, so the more that there's that, and then these absurd promises of like, hey, we're going to be the business that just puts all these businesses out of business.
Mhm.
Um, bold claims require bold proof. And if you can't ask questions to get that bold proof, then like I would say like that's a huge red flag. And when you see enough red flags, it's a really good time to just don't listen to your gut. Like, listen to your gut. Don't listen to the voice in your head that's like, but if I get just this lottery ticket, this time it's going to work. Because
Yeah.
that's the catch of the lotto. That's the catch of like the hustle. Like the point being like, don't be hustled. And I think a lot of artists, especially because we're putting our heart into things or we're doing comics, I think we're really vulnerable for people to kind of take advantage of. And I will say, like, I've had a benefit because I'm a skeptic in situations like that. And so I'll tell you like the situation that I'm
Mhm.
not going to get into specifics about, but it's a YouTube community that's outside of ours, but has some like the Venn diagram of YouTube in our art communities. This one has like a very small overlap. Um, and one of the things that helped me avoid making my Venn diagram overlap entirely with theirs was I had one situation with these people that was a very low risk sort of situation where there were
Mhm.
promises that weren't delivered on. And to me, that goes beyond red flag. Whenever, like, to me, I'll just put it this way: if I were to give somebody money on a Kickstarter campaign and they didn't fulfill it, I'm not going to back their next campaign.
Yeah.
I don't care how good of a friend they are. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like
Yeah.
I tend to think like, if you're gonna do it, if I'm putting money on the line and someone's made a promise that's attached to that money and then not delivered, and again, like, if I ask questions about it, if I'm met with like, well, how dare you, like, I don't know, we'll role play it for a second, like if Frank did it, right? And then I'm
Mhm.
like, hey Frank, like, where's my Kickstarter fulfillment, right? Like, I paid you like 10 years ago. And Frank was just like, how dare you question me? Like, we've been streaming together for however long, and like just flipped out on me. Like, that's not a sign that like I'm wrong to question. In fact, that's probably a sign that I'm dead on in my suspicion that like I'm getting kind of screwed here.
Yeah.
And so my point is like, I think we as artists really need to build skepticism into our work, into our workflow, into our business practices, into our art, as much as our art is like our soul. And a lot of these friendships and relationships that we build are like based on like, hey, we all work on art together. But I do think like a little bit of business savvy and intelligence can help people avoid like, really just, I mean, you can lose your shirt by trusting the wrong people, and
Yeah.
just keep that in mind. And also at the same time, like, don't let it, with all this being said, I also am a Christian. And so it's like, I really do believe the only reason I'm bringing that up is like philosophically, I think it's important to treat others like I'd like to be treated. So
Mhm.
that means when I meet people, I do need to meet them in good faith. Like, I need to try to give people a clean slate. Gary said he can't hop on, but he's listening. That's cool. I need to be able to give people a clean slate and not kind of meet them with like prejudice. Like, so if I meet someone, this guy, like, for instance, I mean, I'm not even going to get political, but I'm not a Donald Trump fan. But my goal, like what I need to, yeah, Frank's shocked by this. Um, but if I meet somebody wearing a MAGA hat, like, my goal, like, even if I struggle with it, my goal is to like not prejudge that person, like to like try to meet them where they're at, and like not make prejudgments based on what they do. Because I know a lot of people are decent people who have MAGA hats. Like, it's not, but the only reason I know those people and know that they're decent is because I didn't just like go, oh, you've got that hat, like we can't be friends. I don't know if that makes sense. So
Yeah.
my point in this is like, in business relationships and in like partnerships and stuff like that, as artists, it's also important not to be the guy who's just like really grumpy and just kind of like, everyone's out to screw me, right? Because that's a really hard, that would make you a really hard person to work with. Like if I went to hire an artist, I am an artist, so I rarely hire artists, but like, let's say in art direction, we get overloaded at my day job and I have to hire a freelancer. If every other email is just like, what about money? What about money? What about money? It's like, it's going to make me like almost like lose trust for them, because I'm like, look, we have a contract. We've already established money. Like we've established a timeline of pay, like chill. And if they're pressing money at that point, then I, again, like on the other end, there's suspicion and red flags coming up where it's like, wait, is this guy just trying to get money and not do the job? Right. So there's a fine balance where it's like, you want to be happy and easy to work with people and willing to collaborate and a good partner in things. But part of being a good partner in any situation is like, first off, like always being willing to answer questions, even tough questions, right? Especially when money's involved and livelihoods are involved, right? And number two, like not like don't have blind faith in people that have not earned it. Like just don't have blind faith in people who haven't earned it, and put everything on paper. No matter how much I love my literary agent, we have contracts, and my literary agent is one of my favorite people. She just had a kid. She's amazing. She's brought great things to my life. But whenever we send contracts, I read every single word on it. It's not because I don't trust my literary agent. It's because I'm a smart person and I don't want to sign away something that I'm going to regret like 10 years from now. And there's a million stories of that in books, in the book world. So, you know, it's just a thing to kind of keep in mind. And I feel like I know I've been rambling about it, but it's just like, I felt really like it's good to give just some base level advice on that, because I think a lot of people want to, like, they want the dream story where it's like they want to sign with the publisher that's going to be the next Marvel Comics, right? And then they want to be like the next, I don't know, they'll have been sold a bill of goods by like a fake startup about how that place is going to be the next, like they're going to be the next Image Comics. Do you know how much money Todd McFarlane made? Like you're going to be like swimming in that money, or we're going to be the next whatever. And again, like bold claims require bold proof. And it's like, you know, to me, here's the thing, if I'm at a car dealership and the dealer is trying to like do misdirection, like if I'm like, hey, what's this? Is this like a scratch like on the door? Like it looks like the paint scratch here. And they're like, yeah, but and like suddenly they're just doing the magician thing where they're trying to misdirect. They're like, no, look at my hand over here. Red flag again, right? Because it's like, look, if I'm dealing with a sales guy who's not going to be honest about a scratch on the door, what else aren't they being honest about, right? So I mean, I hate to say it, but it's like these are things that are really important for us to build in ourselves, where it's like you can be personable, you can be open to people, you can be trusting of people, and yet you can still draw a clear distinction in line between that and like, if I get a random email from a stranger saying, hey, like you got to get in on this thing that I'm building, and maybe it's somebody I talked to on a stream like once or twice, I'm going to need contracts. I'm going to need proof. I'm going to need evidence. I'm going to need some kind of arrangement where like I you know, and like assurance. And honestly, if it's a monetary transaction, I'm going to need some money up front, you know, like that's just how it goes. Like if you're a client I've worked for like 20 years, I have a client right now I've worked for about 15. And that's like the one client that I don't charge up front. I literally finish the job and send it to them and say, here's the bill, here's when it's due. That's not always been our relationship. It's just that like over 15 years, I've just learned this person's very trustworthy. However, even doing that, I'm allowing myself to be vulnerable to get totally screwed over, because this client could be like one day just like, I'm not going to pay, you know, like, and then I'd be crap out of luck because we don't have like, I mean, this is a client that's actually out of country. And so it's like, I wouldn't be able to like fly to their country to sue them, but they'd also be screwed in that relationship too, because art I've done for them has made some of the best selling products in their store. So we have a win-win situation where I've proven myself to them, and not just in word, right? In action. Like they hired me to do art. They put that art on products, and suddenly those products are moving really well. So it's like they have a reason to trust me because they're like, dude, every time we hire this guy, our products sell better, right? So win for them. It's a win for me because it's like a consistent client who gives me a lot of creative freedom. And when they give revisions, they're really clear and concise, and they're usually really fun projects. So it's like a win-win situation where neither of us really have incentive to screw each other over. So that's going to tie into the last part. Although, Frank, I feel, is this at all interesting? Because if it's not, I can change topics too.
No, it is. I was actually, because I think we started part of this conversation yesterday.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you more about it, but you're talking about it, so I'm listening.
Okay, cool. Okay, then it's on point. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So that kind of ties into my last point, which is like of like red flags and stuff. Is like, think of people's incentives. So this is something I think about all the time, and this comes to like when I'm thinking about politics, when I'm thinking about philosophy, when I'm thinking about religion, when I'm thinking about family relationships, about friendship dynamics, pretty much just every corner of my life. This is always a really good question. And it's a really good thing to learn how to ask a lot, especially if you're going to go into management, right? If you're going to become like an executive somewhere, you're going to have to work with other departments and other people that might have other intentions. They're not always dark intentions, but what you want to know is, what are their intentions? And not just that, also ask the bigger picture question of, what are the incentives? So I'll use like a vague example, and then I'll tie it into art. So for me, I think it's actually, there's a healthy skepticism to people who I think are kind of conspiratorial in thought, where they'll be like, well, how can we trust this thing because it's paid for by like big business or big pharma or big something? It's always usually big something that has a financial benefit from misinformation. And so that's usually a reason people will distrust information. The thing that's always baffling to me, talking to people who buy into like giant conspiracies, is the lack of that same exact question applying to whatever news source they're reading. Like, meaning, okay, so like I'll even use a distrust I have. Like, I don't trust Fox News, right? But if I'm not trusting a Fox News article based on an article I read, and I'm looking at that article and it's like somebody's blog with like an eagle on it, and that's claiming different information, not only should I ask like, hey, what are the incentives that like this large news organization would have to like spin this lie, if it's a lie, but I also need to ask that same question of that blog post, right? Because like, here's the thing, like, alternative media is a huge money industry too. And so like, if I'm a guy who like, I'll use I want to pull it from politics because I don't want it to be like something that somebody wouldn't listen to if they have like a different viewpoint. So I'll just use a totally arbitrary. Okay, I want to sell snake oil, right? If I want to sell snake oil, which is like just a traditional scam, right, where you've got oil and it has these magical properties that cure everything. And again, these will tie into a lot of the red flags I talked to at the top, where it's like, what would that snake oil usually do to kind of incentivize somebody to buy it? It's going to promise things it can't deliver. It's going to make big claims without evidence, right? It's going to be like probably offered like, hey, we only bottled, like Frank and I, when we were bottling snake oil before this stream, we only made 10 bottles, and really we're kind of running out of snake oil. So, I mean, act now, or just like, you may not have this thing that's going to cure everything, right? Like, it's that kind of, so now you have the timeline incentive, you have like this false urgency, and then you have but the point is, if I'm going to sell snake oil, I could totally, like, if I wanted to sell it today, the first thing I'd do is be like, hey, all these pharmaceutical companies are lying to you. Like, in fact, cancer treatments are, by the way, this is all like hyperbole. None of this is true, but my point is, like, you could be like, cancer treatments are just hyperbole. They're fake. Like, it's just big pharma and doctors just lying to you. Politicians are lying to you. Everybody's lying to you. The one truth is in this like snake oil. And then like, the thing is, like, again, like I could even be saying things that might be true about those broader industries. And if you're a skeptic going first level, which I'm just saying, like as artists, we should be going second level, just in general, because it'll help you not get screwed. But first level is the start to it, which is like, hey, maybe they're right. Like big pharma does lie sometimes. Like big organizations sometimes like do stuff like dump toxic waste in rivers and then like say like, no, the toxic waste is healthy, it just adds flavor to the water. Like there's all sorts of examples throughout history of big companies doing really big evil things. So that's not a bad thing to be like, okay, maybe there's some truth to that. But just going the step further and saying like, hey, like Frank and Josh are talking about the snake oil stuff. Do they have an incentive? Like if they were lying, like would they have a reason to benefit from this? And then you'd realize like, well, holy crap, they do, because they make a ton of money selling this snake oil, right? So money is like an influencing factor on both ends. And then you got to kind of weigh like which seems more probable, that like this bold claim without evidence is being asserted, that is totally going to profit the people pushing it, or this broader, more accepted claim is being pushed and obviously is going to lead to money, but also has a ton of backing and information behind it. So it's like, to me, that's the key final skepticism is, in a business relationship, think about the incentives. Like, would this person who's approaching me have an incentive to lie? And if they would, what would be the benefit for them? And as a freelancer, your instant answer should be like free art would be a huge benefit. Like a lot of the hustles that all new artists experience of like the exposure promises, man, free artwork, that's your time. I mean, like that's getting free labor, right? That's a huge incentive. Like if I can get free labor without having to pay for it, well, what the heck? That's a pretty good deal there. So that's a pretty massive incentive. So that's an incentive people should be aware of when they're reading an email or like getting into a business relationship with somebody promising more than they can deliver with art. Whatever you put in, now you're out art and time, and you can't buy time back, right? We get paid for our time, but we can't like go back and be like, hey, I want to return my money and get my time back, right? So time's a good thing to consider. Like if you're going to invest the time into art, like hopefully, especially if it's commercial art, like make sure you're getting a profit on it, right? But then the other thing is like, if there's an incentive to be dishonest, and it was like, hey, I could lose my shirt here, I could lose thousands of dollars on this, then you should have a huge red flag. Have no, like if Frank's going to ask me for like $1, yeah, maybe I'll give him $1. Like, I don't even know if I need a reason for that. I might just be like, okay, cool. You need a $1. That's not a big deal. Frank asks for $5. I might be like, well, what do I get out of this? Right. Like, and he'll be like, oh, a mini comic. Cool. Okay, cool. That sounds reasonable.
Speaking of which.
Yeah. But then let's say like, here's the thing, like there's a couple things. Like if I paid Frank $5 for a mini comic and then I never get it, and I email Frank and he's like, you jerk, how dare you ask me for this mini? And I'm like, dude, that should be like the instant red flag of like, maybe I shouldn't trust that for like future transactions. I will say, if you guys buy like one of Frank's mini comics, it will get delivered and it will probably have a handwritten note and a bunch of free stuff thrown into it, because that's just the type of guy Frank is. But it's like, that's not how everyone is. And the point being, now if we're talking thousands, if we're talking about a transaction that's like, I'm going to trust Frank with like thousands of dollars of merchandise, or I'm going to trust Frank with like thousands of dollars of my own income. And like, that's going to be like, I don't make enough money to where that wouldn't be a financial hit, like an unforeseen, like $1,000 expense. Right. And when you start talking that kind of money or time, like you're talking about thousands of dollars worth of art, that's where like you need contracts, you need proof, you need like you need confidence, and you need to make sure you're avoiding confidence scams. And like that's the key. And I really think if we as creatives like employ that more, I'm not saying you can never really fully proof yourself from like fraud or from people like kind of scamming you, and it's probably going to happen in life, and it happens to some people more than others. The people I know in my life have been sucked into like pyramid schemes and like big scams and stuff, usually aren't following any of the tips I just gave. They aren't asking questions. They have that wishful thinking that crosses their brain, and they make a conscious choice where they're like, I'm not going to ask questions. I'm going to rest in my wishful thinking. And it's like, this is one of the core reasons that I'm like a huge proponent, like whether it's a benefit or not, like in social relationships, it hasn't always been the best for me in friendships to be the guy who like, somebody's like, hey, you know, I saw this thing the other day. It's pretty cool. And I'm like the guy who most of the time, instead of being like, oh, that's cool, I'll check it out, I'm usually the guy who's like, oh, why was it cool? You know, and it's not always fun to be around that person who's like constantly asking questions, because sometimes you do want to just say, hey, like I watched Boba Fett and like the last episode was awesome, and you don't really want to get into why. You just want to be like, yeah, it was awesome, yeah, that was cool, yeah, good, you know, or hey, I watched the boxing match, that was amazing, whatever it is. It's like some people just want to have that like surface level. But whether it's positive in my life in all areas, in areas of business, this has been a massive benefit for me, is asking those basic questions of like, what are the incentives of this person? Like, you know, what is the documentation that's going to protect me? Is this person legitimate? Is their business legitimate? It like, I'll even like, especially if I'm dealing with a startup or a new business, it's not super hard to see like the business registration information for a company, their history, like do they have a history of paying clients? And also another little trick or tip is like maybe engage in a very small transaction and see how that works out. Because although I will warn people that that's usually how confidence scams work too, is sometimes they'll have something where they're like, you know, it's like they lose $5 to gain your confidence. And then, you know, that way you invest $1 million. So I wouldn't say it's a surefire, but it is definitely advisable that if like somebody's really dishonest in little things, and like I'm not talking like like I don't know, like when we're live streaming, I'm sure I've accidentally misspoken and said a mistruth, right? Like maybe even a mistruth I wasn't aware was a mistruth. It's maybe just like a misconception, like forgetting about how gravity works for a minute, you know, like that's natural and that's going to happen. But if you're noticing like a very like that trust breaking kind of dishonesty, like you know, where you're finding yourself out of a small amount of money, I would say like instantly that's a good place to draw the line and just be like, I am not going to like take a leap further and jump into an ocean of trouble when somebody can't even like stick with like a pond, you know. And so I don't know, I ask these questions all the time with and take a lot of this advice to heart, and this is stuff I actually apply in my own life that's helped me avoid kind of getting knee deep in this stuff. And I will say, in that Venn diagram of like YouTube communities, this is one of the major reasons I kept the Venn diagram very far from that community, because I had like a very brief moment of like dipping my toe in and being like, "Ooh, this water is a little fishy. I'm out," you know. So yeah, did that make sense, Frank, or sound weird, or I don't know? It's tough because I don't want to get into specifics, you know, with
it made sense, and there's
the individual situations.
Yeah, no, it made sense, and there's also been other instances for me, like over like I think I even mentioned it yesterday that and this wasn't a scam, but it was a friend asking for a logo.
Yeah.
And they knew like, okay, I charge for this service. There's a service I was barely new in. So he knew it's like, oh, he's doing this. He put out a little ad. I answered the ad. So it was assumed there's going to be money exchange, and I made it very clear, you know, it's going to be this much. And then at the very end, once I did all the work, oh, you're charging me? But we're friends. I was like, And that just left a sour taste in my mouth because I thought we were friends and I thought you would pay because I'm not even asking that much.
And that's a natural response too, is like the reason somebody is responding like that is not out of friendship, right? Because out of friendship, you care about your friends. If I'm like going to dinner with friends and we didn't establish beforehand that they're covering the meal, that's not a friendly move to just be like, oh, Frank, have fun with the bill. It's like, no, like that's a dick move. Like that is not a friendship move. That's like an exploitative, manipulative, horrible move. Again, that's different than like, hey, I contact a friend. I'm like, hey, let's go to dinner. And they're like, I don't have any money. And I'm like, it's on me. Come on. Like that's fine. But like, those are two totally different scenarios. And like, again, like one ends with the person being like, but I thought we were friends, bro. And usually it's like, they're going to use, and this goes for those clients or those nefarious things too, where they'll call you brother. They're your best friend. They're like suddenly they're talking to you like you guys are married or something. It's like, it's amazing the lengths that these companies will go. And I speak from experience because it's like I said, for about a decade, my primary living was from t-shirt art. And during like a very big boom, it was like a big industry at the time I was in it. And there were startups left and right, like just every week. So almost every day for about 10 years, I would get emails, like 5 or 6 emails a day for 10 years that like were from startups that were promising everything. They all had this same tactic. They were always your friend. They were always a huge fan of your work. And they never could deliver on what they promised. And none of those companies exist anymore. And there were artists who fell for it. So it's like, and I'd see those artists fall for it and then their work getting exploited and all that stuff. So I don't know. It's like true friends are going to pay you. True business relationships are going to profit for you. True business relationships that are taking on risk are going to be very open about that risk. Like if Frank and I were going to I keep bringing Frank into these hypotheticals, poor Frank. But I'm just saying, if like tomorrow we were like, we're going to start a comic book company, right? And we took out a loan and like opened an office or something. And it was like this huge endeavor. And now we're like 80 grand in or something like of just debt because we took on this thing. If we were going to do something like that, it would be so important that we have like something written out, that we have the stakes and the risks like pre-set out before we get in, where it's like, hey, we could lose our shirts on this. Like we could, like there's nothing wrong with like starting a business or starting an endeavor where there's high risk, but there's a difference between that and then like somebody being completely unopen about the risks. Like, let's say like Frank or I was aware of the risks of that thing that Frank and I were going to start. And then Frank was totally unaware. And the whole time I'm just like, this is surefire, 110% going to succeed. There's no risk. Like all it's going to take is like this investment. That's where like the red flag should be just flashing everywhere. And you should be like, I don't want in on this thing. And that's the difference between, obviously, if you're going to start an endeavor, you want to be ambitious and you don't want to have like a losing mentality going into a situation. But there's a difference between that and also being able to realistically analyze your risks and go like, this is risky. If we both get into this risky thing, we should know beforehand, like both as free people who are free to make rational decisions on our own. Like we should be free to make that decision, but be aware of the risks. Right. And I think that's a huge part of it too. Philip in the chat said, when I've had commissions, most don't want to sign a contract. I find they don't take it seriously. Like I just do this as a hobby. I try not to do work for friends. Yeah, I mean, when I work for friends too, I will say, just because I've been at this long enough, most of my friends know. I've had friends who approach me for work and like in scenarios where I will do it for free. And they're like, do you want a contract? Do you want, like, how much do you want for this? Like, what's reasonable? Like, they're starting off the conversation because I've trained them like that this is my business. And that makes for a much better friendship or relationship, because if I go out of my way and I invest my time to make them art they actually are better able to recognize the value of what I'm giving them, because it costs me time and money and effort and talent, so it's like, yeah, anyhow. I do think though, like, man, especially the too good to be true thing, like, if someone's telling you they're offering you something that's going to make you the next like Todd McFarlane or something, or the next Daniel Klaus, it's like, I again, like, I would just be like, well, okay, prove it, right? I mean, I hate to say it, but like, you need to be skeptical in situations like that, and that's different than like if Frank's like, hey, I like your work, and I think you're going to be the next Todd McFarlane. Like, that's cool, that's supportive, but it's like, if I'm literally saying like, hey, if we get in this relationship, like, it's going to like change your reality, and like it's going to just open every blockade you've experienced in industry is just going to fade away. Like, those kind of bold claims are just like, I mean, we need strong BS detectors, and it's like, I'm thankful for mine, and I know it's annoying sometimes because it's like, I'm not always skeptical when it's BS. I'm skeptical with everything. Like, any claim somebody makes, I'm curious about it. Curiosity is huge too. Be curious about it. Be curious about whatever company it is, and also, especially in the day and age of the internet, where like anyone can like, design and build a web page, but you always want to be like looking at it like, is this web page making claims, or is there any proof of those claims, like, I feel pretty bold about my client list because you could literally find every publication I've been in. Like, you could hunt it down, if you couldn't, I don't know, I'd be pretty skeptical, right?
Yeah.
Anyhow.
There was a few years ago, and I don't think they're as, they might be still common, but like sometimes you'll get these like little ads, like work from home and make this much money, and there was one that two of my friends saw, and they had like, it was like a time frame, and they're trying to, like, they wanted to get into it, but they didn't have the money, and they're trying to get me to get into it, and I was looking at it, and I was like, I need to go do some research when, as soon as I heard about it, and red flags were coming up, and I was looking at their website. They're like, this this looks fishy, and I tried to like tell them like, no, I think it's a scam, and oh, well, that's whatever, like, but they just said, this, they said this, and like, yeah, but they didn't specifically say like their company. They just gave examples like, this company did this. I forget what scam it was. Like a work from home where you click on ads.
Yeah,
And stuff.
those
But,
were the scams of the old days for sure. I think they
yeah,
still exist too, where they try to kind of get you.
yeah. This was a couple of years ago, so it was like towards, like, they weren't as popular, but like they were still uh
Yeah.
around. And
They'd also get you
well,
on the like, what is it, the loss, oh my gosh, I wish Corey were here because he'd know, but it's like there's a fallacy, a logical fallacy. Oh, the sunk cost fallacy. So a lot of those like scams, like the one you're talking about, rely on the sunk cost fallacy, because usually it's kind of like the what are those called, where you like buy, like you pay for a property that you don't really own. You kind of like lease it, but it's like this big thing, and they usually have them in like Vegas, and there's like this big long lunch and stuff. Anyhow, a lot of these like scams usually like rely on like, you've invested so much time, like you've sat through the lunch, you've
yeah.
like you've
Oh,
sat
like,
through the
yeah,
pitch. Maybe you've invested a little money already, so you're like, oh crap, like I'm already in like $80. So now, like, if I'm wrong, I just like got suckered out of $80. So I better just put in this like $180 because I don't want to be out 80, and maybe I'll get my 80 back, right? And then like they get you on that like gambling fallacy of like the sunk cost fallacy, where you're just like, just because it's sunk, like you think if you just sink more in, it's gonna suddenly come back. Anyhow, sorry. So what happened to your friends? Did they end up like falling for it?
Well, and one of them was the guy that bought the well, said to make a logo for him. So like um, so he was kind of like susceptible to like getting into these things, but he would always wait for someone else. Uh, so my other friend, like which I felt more for him, so I think I was like, you know what? I'll lend you the money. It was like $100. And so he did it because he was falling for that thing like, oh, act now. And I was like, oh, okay, well then okay, yeah, then I'll pay for it. You look into it and then let me know. And then he found out like, oh, it is a scam, but he had already paid the money.
Yep.
So he was actually apologetic. He was like, I'm sorry, like I'm sorry, Frank, I owe you $100. And like, all right, and then I let it go, and I told him like, don't worry about it. No, I'll pay you back. Like, it's fine. Like, it's he wasn't trying to scam me. He just felt guilty that he got scammed, but it was my
Yeah.
money. And in a way, I mean, I rather it was like my money than his money because he had a wife and kids, like little kids. So like it would have been money out of like food out of their mouths. So like so
Yeah.
we're still friends. Like I don't even blame him for that. Dear guy, I don't even talk to anymore. But but
Yeah. Gary mentioned the thing I was trying to pin to was timeshares, which are like
time yeah,
can
I
be
was thinking that
deadly.
too. The
Yeah.
timeshares.
Where
But
it's
I know
like the
people that
whole
have timeshares, so like I don't know if that's a scam, but I know it's like they do a whole pitch.
I like to me it's like I don't think it's a scam per se if you're going to use the property, like if you're going to
Yeah.
travel a lot to the timeshare, but in general most people I've known who've like gotten timeshares rarely use them, and they sink a lot of money into like basically helping somebody else pay for their property,
Right.
without even really like having the benefit of like a rental, um, but I will say their whole marketing scheme raises a red flag for me. So even if it's legitimate, it's just the fact that I have to sit through like a 20-hour conference just to get to the point. To me,
Yeah.
that's like a huge sign of a scam. Like, I think even like honestly, like one of the things I like about Christianity is that
Hmm.
like now don't get me wrong, there's a lot of people in churches and calling themselves Christians that are complete scammers 100%,
Yes.
and you should be aware of that, like especially as a Christian. But the thing I like about just the theology of it is Frank could probably describe to me within about 15 minutes what the belief is and what you'd be buying into as a Christian.
Yeah.
And there's no mystery to it. There's no like uncovered truth that you have to attend 50 church sessions to understand. There's no like demystified like secret thing that you have to like be a part of the club to find out later on. There's just one simple truth, and that's it. Um, if any church is like telling you that's not the case, then like again, red flag. Like I'm just saying this is how my brain works. Because again, like you don't want to be in scenarios where like questions aren't allowed to be asked, and where like there's this false sense that like you have to show up like 50 times to unlock your Jedi skills.
Yeah.
Now, if there's proof in action, like a good example would be like so like a martial arts studio, right?
Yeah.
I can actually see that. Like I can visibly see the impact of somebody training in martial arts and progressing, and I can literally see like 2 weeks of sessions they're throwing a punch better. Like a year later they can like kick in the air in this weird way or whatever. 2 years later they have these crazy reflexes, like they're healthier, like there's all these like physical like things you can actually measure. So those are scenarios where like you are kind of paying like a subscription or whatever, but it's kind of like a TV show too, where it's like, hey, I can actually see the reward. Like I pay for a Disney Plus subscription, and
Yeah.
guess what I get out of it? I get to watch Boba Fett, you know, and and I get to watch the next episode when it comes out. Like, it's a continual proof of the investment. Like, it's paying off for what I expected it to be. Now, I didn't expect that like paying for a Disney Plus subscription is going to like unlock, all, like, fix all the problems in my life are going to be fixed by like Disney Plus, And my point being like I am more trusting of my own belief system, because I can literally, any Christian I've met who I believe is like a legitimate Christian, I can ask them pretty much any question, and there's no questions that are off the table. Like, I've never had, I've had some like sus Christians like say that, like ones I don't even know if they are Christians, but I think most Christians I know, like, they'll answer your questions. Whereas like there's other belief systems where they won't answer or give you the full story. They'll be like, oh, well, a good example, like, sorry if anybody's a Scientologist out there, but it's like Scientology where you go to like OT 10, and then it's like, well, once you get to that and you've invested like $500,000, then we're going to reveal the truths to you. Like, that's where I get really suspicious. Because again, I also talk about incentives there, where I'm like, okay, what's a possible incentive for somebody being dishonest in this situation? And I apply that to my own belief system too. That's why I think that there are Christian churches that get corrupt too, because how could a corrupt church benefit? And it's not a hard answer to like question to answer. It's like, I mean, a corrupt church could exploit tithe and like basically just use it as a get rich quick scheme. And so it's like, I'm aware of that as a Christian. People should be aware of that stuff. It's not bad to ask questions, and it's not bad to have a good sense of red flags when like something really shady comes up, yeah. And then Gary was saying, that's how I feel about transcendental meditation. Why do I need to pay for this expensive course? It might be legit, but it feels fishy. Yeah. And I mean, who knows, like, I have friends who do yoga and like, they love it and they've gotten super healthy, and it's from doing those sessions, and they're pretty expensive courses, but it's like, even before going into a yoga thing, I would want to see proof. Like, I wouldn't want to just trust like the one person who's wild-eyed and has that like that look. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that look, but it's like the look of the friend who gets really into Avon, and they're convinced that it's like, this is gonna be the game changer in their lives. It's like a jaded kind of open-eyed look. If somebody's coming to me and saying, you got to do these things and it's going to get you here, I'm like instantly suspicious, even if I'm seeing positive benefits for them. I'm not saying all, I think I said this at the top, but like, just because there's a red flag doesn't always mean it's bad, but it's like, you need to have those sensors on and really be a skeptic, especially when it comes to art business. Cause like, again, like artists, I think Scott was saying this on another stream, where he was saying everybody's kind of okay with people making money until artists get involved, and that's true. But also, man, we tend to be really bad at business, and understandably. But like, if you talk to like a heavy business guy and you sell him a bill of goods about like, hey, this is going to improve sales, this is going to like be a good ROI or whatever, like, they are going to want numbers. Like, I've rarely met a guy who's like good at investing where you make a bold claim and they're not going to be like, okay, prove it. Like, and that's probably how a lot of those people got really wealthy, was like, like, hey, if Frank came to me and was like, dude, you need to hire me to do blah, blah, blah. I'm going to increase your sales. I'm going to have this positive impact. And I'm like, show me, like, what stuff have you done in the past that has led to like mass sales on a product? Like, you know what I mean? Like, and I'm not saying like that like, I'm just saying like those questions are healthy to ask. We should be asking them both ways. Like, business guys expect that from us. We should expect that from business guys, and especially artists, like, in business, trying to collaborate or whatever. Like, I don't know. Because the thing that I witnessed recently that I'm a little bummed about, it seems like a couple really good cartoonists got defrauded, and that sucks. But it's like, I do kind of feel like if they had asked some of these questions, if they've been a little more skeptical, I'm not trying to say like blame the victim here, because anybody can get suckered, right?
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, I think like at least moving forward, if like we as artists can be like applying a few more of these steps, you know, trying to kind of remember that like we're vulnerable to people we like we're always vulnerable to people we like. I don't know. So, you know, like if I like somebody in business, I'm way more likely to do business with them, right? Like, you know, if I like a waiter or a waitress, then I'm way more likely to read at that restaurant, right? Because it's like, hey, I like that service. That person's pretty cool. I mean, it's not a bad thing, but just realize that can be exploited, you know? Yeah. Anyhow, but it bums me out, kind of pisses me off that people exploit artists. It's kind of a shame because, like, you know, and I'm not saying artists are like super clean and perfect in this situation, because there's artists out there who exploit, you know, people. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, Frank, that was my big tangent. Is there anything I missed? Any other advice you'd give to like kind of avoiding a confidence trick?
Let's see. From personal experience, because I was involved in something, and it's not a scam per se, but it can be like a rabbit hole or just a waste of your time in the long run. But um, submitting your work in uh, like public books, like anthologies where there's no real, the only the only benefit is just you get published.
Yeah.
And if that's what you're looking for, then that's fine. But if that's constantly what you're doing, and they're not even like promoting the books, it's just like it's there. They're no one really knows about them. Then like, what did you really get published? And it's like getting published in the phone book.
Yeah. And I mean, like, you know, even that can be beneficial as long as it's open, right? Like if like
Yeah,
at the
yeah,
beginning, you know, like, hey, like, let's say it's like you, me, Scott, like all a bunch of our friends, like we decide like, hey, we're going to put together this anthology. We have no idea what's going to
yeah,
happen with it. We're just going to kind of do this and like see what happens. And like, we'll all try to promote it as best we can, you know?
yeah,
Again, like that's like what I was saying about like, hey, it's not bad to have a risk as long as
yeah, yeah.
everyone involved knows what the risks are. But that's different than like me being like, Frank, this is going to be the
Yeah,
anthology that like, you know, when this comes out, everyone's going to say like this is going to be the next flight. This is going to
yeah,
be the comic that like puts you on the map and makes everyone want to work. And even more so, and this is where I'd say with anthologies, be really suspicious if they're like, hey, you know, also it's going to cost you this much.
yeah,
Like if they're charging you, that's a huge red flag. I don't care how big the design
yeah,
competition is or whatever. If they're charging for it, that's a good suspicious thing too.
yeah.
Yeah. Whew. I don't know. I get passionate about that kind of stuff because I don't like people getting frauded. I don't like this situation for the individuals, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
I'm kind of, I don't know. It's funny. I've gone down that rabbit hole now. And so I've been watching like tons of videos of like the history and memes of like Brett King. And I've been like, wow, that's
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's horrible, but it is like a strangely addictive rabbit hole ever since that one conversation. So anyhow. There is a joy to like finding new internet memes. Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah, it's
Like,
like something like you never knew it was what it was about, and like, what? What's this?
yeah, and you kind of stumble on it, and it's like there's this whole. It's almost like finding out about something new that you didn't know happened in history, and you're like, whoa, wait, there
Yeah,
was like, you know, like I don't know, like the first time you find out about like the Mayan temples or something, you're like,
yeah,
whoa, wait, there was like this whole thing, and like they built these crazy like structures and had this whole like social order, and like it's like this mind blowing thing. it's kind of like that finding a really good internet meme where you're like, oh wow, there's like t-shirts and like a whole thing. Like anyhow.
Yeah, I didn't know there was T-shirts until like I think Adam mentioned it. So I was like, wow, like it's a whole.
Yeah, I've just been going down the YouTube train. Um, and I have to say it's some very comical, very mean spirited but comical stuff. As most memes on the internet are.
Yeah.
I feel like the internet is at its core, like there is a brutality to the internet that's very sad and kind of like inhuman and rude and crazy, but it's also like super addictive and hilarious and memey.
Yeah.
I need to learn how to navigate the internet brutality machine better. um, anyhow, so. Keith asked what the rolling ruler is called. So you can find these by just searching for an architect's rolling ruler. The catch is just say architect. So you can find them on Amazon for like a really pretty low price. I found out about these. It's funny. Almost all of my cartoonist friends use these now, and I was the first of our circle to use these. And it's because my dad was a paste up graphic designer. And after he had passed away, I was like looking through his old graphic design things. And I stumbled on this and was like, what is this? Because every rolling ruler I had seen before this was like those plastic ones with the plastic balls. And I was like, I tried it. I used it all throughout Jacob's apartment, which was the first graphic novel I finished. And I was like, this is like really cool. It doesn't wobble. It really tracks well as long as you like put a little pressure on it. It's really easy to navigate. It's got a clean edge. I just love this thing. It's perfect for like perspective work and parallel lines. Saves you a lot of time. And I couldn't find it forever. And then I lost mine. And I had this panic moment. But then I started doing this crazy hunting. And finally found out that it turns out it's an architect's ruler. And so that's the trick. It's just that architect's ruler, architect's rolling ruler. But I guess they're used in architecture. And so that was very helpful. But I'm rambling, and I also pulled the indie kid like, I was using these before anyone else was.
Yeah.
I'm the person who introduced everyone to the Pixies. So how are you doing, Frank? How is life treating you? And yeah, how is everything, bud?
Like a baby treats a diaper. I'm just kidding. No, not bad. I mean, I missed church this morning because I was up pretty late, and like, oh, I'll set my alarm, and I slept with that alarm. I was like, ah. But I went to the evening service.
Well, that's not bad.
So yeah, so I was able to get some church in, and yeah, right now I'm just working on a panel. I'm going back on a panel. I did a hospital building, and like I think I can redraw it a little bit better. So going over it. But yeah, I'm doing good. I was talking to my friend that he works for a printing company, and like a local one. So he's the one that I went to, and I asked him like how much to print this, because I'm trying to see if I can get this third mini issue printed as a by a by a legitimate printer, so I can add a little bit more professionalism to it. And what interesting what we're talking about, like scams and being upfront. Like I didn't go to him and say, hey, if you do me this favor and print this for me, like I'll tell all my friends about your company and Now I asked him like how much would it cost, and he's
Yeah.
crunching numbers. So like, I wasn't trying to scam him and try to get something out free. But,
I will say it's not like that's even bad sometimes. Like for instance, if you have something you can offer, like bartering isn't a bad thing.
yeah.
I've definitely bartered with printers before. I
Okay.
back when I did event posters for a very brief period, there was a dude I knew um, actually in Texas who ran a silk screening company. And what we would do is like we'd split the run. So I would do like I would arrange and get band approval and stuff, and I'd do like a poster of like an indie band, and then like he would silk screen it and send like the run, but he'd keep like 40 posters. But then on his own website, he'd sell those posters for like $30 a piece. So it's like he'd kind of make up for his time that he spent on screen printing the posters, and that's kind of how he negotiated doing posters with like every artist that he worked with.
Okay.
That's okay. That's a win-win. It's like
Yeah.
he's getting value for what he gave, but again, we were really upfront and clear about it, and I was really clear about it, and I didn't exaggerate where I was in the industry. I didn't tell him like I'm like the biggest gig poster artist in the world, because at the time I really wasn't. So it's like we all knew the risks going in. It was really transparent, but it was like a bartering thing that kind of worked for both of us.
Yeah.
I'm not saying like you should do that with everyone, but I think as long as you're upfront and you're really clear about it, and you're also not
Yeah.
being dishonest about who you are, that's the catch, because it's like, again, like, I don't know, like if Neil Gaiman contacted me and he wanted me to like do a portrait for him for free, I might.
Yeah.
I mean, he's Neil Gaiman, it's like, but the neat thing about people like Neil Gaiman, or people who are like influencers who could really affect your work, is they're rarely ever going to ask you for like free work. Like that would be ridiculous. Why would Neil Gaiman not want to pay people he wants to collaborate with? He's a multimillionaire. He doesn't need to not pay people,
Yeah.
But the guy pretending to be a multimillionaire, they have every incentive to have you do work for free and think they're a millionaire, right?
Yeah.
So Frank, I don't know if I told you, but I'm a millionaire, and I
Oh.
have this idea of like a Captain Anarchy comic. I'm just kidding. Oh, cool.
Oh
We've
well,
been
yeah.
going
Well,
over an hour.
yeah. Oh yeah.
So I'm
Oh,
gonna disappear for a second. Do you want to let everybody know where they can find your work and stuff while I disappear?
sure.
Cool.
There is actually a link in the chat, so I made sure to drop it before I hopped on. So you can go to my link tree, and you can go check out Salazar Art Nation on YouTube, Salazar Art Nation on Instagram. If you want to buy some mini comics, Captain Goggles and Masculine mini comics, there is a link to my Etsy store there, and I'm hoping by tomorrow I'll have this listed up there so you can get mini issue 3. This is closes out the Captain Goggles and Mask Woman story in mini comic form. Uh, but that's not the end of them, so we're still gonna carry on the story. And I have some other stuff there. I have some cards. I also have a truckle file, so it's some little bios, so you can get that on my Etsy store. And I ship as soon as I get the order, I fill it out and go to the post office. So yeah, check it all out.
So what was the quote? Was it reasonable? Are you trying for offset, or are you gonna have it like photocopied and bound at like a? Yeah, I'm curious.
Well, they do like brochures and flyers, so it's
Yeah.
that type of paper. So it's gonna.
Are they a big press, or are they like a speedy press kind of thing?
I think they're like because I don't know that much about them, but I know him.
Oh, okay.
So he's a worker there. So he was just telling me he was crunching the numbers for me and see how much they charge. So
Oh, okay.
so I think it's like you can probably like if you order something today, they'll if it's something they can't do, they'll figure it out or they'll go to someone else and then
Yeah,
uh,
yeah.
so yeah he was telling me for their smallest run, I think he said like let's see, was it
Like, what's the MOQ?
a two sheet pamphlet, which I guess would be like 4 pages. No, 8 pages.
Got it.
Would be 35 copies and $75.
Oh, okay, so it
So
probably is offset, I'm imagining. Although that's a it might not be offset. It's hard to say.
I'll find out once like I've seen it like I've seen the flyers and stuff. So like I'm not sure if it's offset, but it's
I mean, that's a low MOQ, so that's not too bad. Like with
yeah.
so there like from what I understand, there's like kind of multiple styles of printers. There's kind of like the sort of FedEx type
Mm-hmm.
printer. And a lot of what they're going to be doing is like a lot of like very like large scale like laser jet like copy machine type
Okay.
printing, which can look really
Yeah.
great, especially for minis. Like
Mm-hmm.
honestly, um, if I were you, and when I've done minis in the past, what I would either do is invest in like a laser printer myself, so
Mm-hmm.
that you're able to just kind of eat that large cost of toner like
Yeah.
once every year.
Yeah,
As a
that's what I want to do, but I
Yeah,
gotta save up for it to
yeah,
go.
and that'll get you those like solid like rich blacks. Or what I used to do, because I've never owned like a laser printer, because like again just that cost to get that like big inkjet thing is quite a little. I think if I were kind of moving through, I think because you primarily put out mini comics, so that might be a really
Yeah.
worthwhile investment. But like, um, I will say, just going to like a FedEx Kinkos or like a local, usually they're like they have some kind of speed in their name, but they're like it. The way I describe it is like you have kind of like when you get food, right? Like you have like your more kind of artisanal like chefs,
Mm-hmm.
and those restaurants are a lot more expensive, but you're gonna get like really high quality food.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like your more like house printer, where like if you went to visit the company, like quite often they're doing direct deals with paper mills that are like these huge. They have a huge variety of different papers, and then often they'll have like an entire warehouse that's a printer. Like, I mean, they
Yeah.
have like these mass, like large scale printers. You have bulk chain print companies like Got Print that aren't going to do custom stuff like that artisanal place that's like the high sushi chef kind of thing. They're going to do like the stuff where you'll be like, I want like foil emboss on like this. I want like
Yeah.
letterpress. I want all these specialty processes, and they'll kind of work together to custom an order and come up with like a book that usually is printed on like, you know, the lowest level of paper they're going to use usually is like Mohawk, which is like a really nice quality paper. Um,
Okay.
then you have these large scale print factories where it's like Got Print, where they have like 50 warehouses, or like not really 50 warehouses, but they have like mass large scale offset prints, and they do it in a much more streamlined way, where it's like you don't really have you can't go to them and be like, hey, I need this custom thing. You have customization, but it's like limited. So it's kind of like going to a higher end restaurant, like a Chili, not even like a gourmet restaurant, but like a Chili's or something, right? Where like the food's going to be
Yeah.
a better quality than like Jack in the Box, but it's still like a limited menu. And if you were like, hey, I want like this cooked this specialty way, there's going to be a point where they draw the line and say, hey, like you can order on the menu, or basically that's it. And like that's kind of like your
Yeah.
Got Prints, or your like 24-hour press like kind of places, where it's like, I think moo.com would be like a place like that, where they're doing like such large runs that they can offer discount press, because like when you're paying like $5 for like 100 business cards or 1,000 business cards. It's like you're able to pay that because they're running a sheet that fits like 1,000,000 business cards. Like, and then it's guillotine cut, and it's like, hey, you fit their templates, everything's good. So there's that. And then there's like the kind of mom and pop print shops that don't really do a lot of offset, but they can do really great custom work with like laser and like with photocopy machines and like maybe a web press. So it's like there's kind of these different ranges of printers, and each one goes up in cost. My favorite is always going to be like offset or letterpress, and letterpress is usually something you kind of, most of the time there will be a place that's a really tiny shop where they customize and make letterpress. And quite often, even if you're working with that artisanal printer, they'll sort of outsource it to the letterpress guy, So yeah, that's like a little brief thing on it. But I would say like in the past, when I've done minis, I used to just go to like Kinko's. This is like before FedEx and Kinko's were like one company.
Yeah.
And then I had a friend, I made a friend with like the people who worked there like super late at night. So I had a time of night where I knew if I went there, I'd get like a certain discount. And I just ran off mini comics. And then the nice thing was they also had like a stapling machine. So it's like, although I did have a long stapler too. So like if they weren't going to cut me a deal on the staples, they were going to charge me like $2 per book or $1 per book. I'd rather just staple it myself, right? But yeah, in those cases you can just do like large runs and you get like really nice rich blacks. You just have to kind of mess with the machines and kind of figure it out a little bit. But yeah, and what's funny is sometimes with black and white, especially with that, you can actually get a better result just doing photocopies than sometimes you get offset. For mini comics, because you have a little more freedom with the paper too. You can kind of bring in your own paper, as long as it isn't like paper that's gonna like jam up their machines. Yeah. So, but offset gets expensive and it gets pretty pricey.
He was asking me today, and I was thinking about this the other day, and that's I think part of why I asked about sponsorships for comics. But he had asked me like, well, what if they ask like if they need extra sheets, because it's like you got printed like in a certain amount. So and I think we both said, or one of us said like, oh, you can do ads, and he was like, you can charge someone to put an ad in your comic, and because what it's gonna be 20 pages for mine, so it's like 5 sheets of paper, so it'll probably be about 100 something. He's gonna double check, and he'll let me know. But I was thinking like, yeah, if I need to put an extra sheet, I already like I think I know like some friends that have businesses that like I know they will like do sponsorships and do stuff like that I can charge them pretty low.
Yeah.
Like $50 an ad, and with 2 ads I'm paying for the run.
Yep. I mean that's how
and it's companies that and it's companies that I know, so it's not like random places like the liquor store. And
I mean that's not all that strange. I mean that's how comics have funded themselves for years, is through advertising. That's what the newspaper and magazine business was funded off of advertisements. Still is. A lot of it now is just like clicks, which is part of why we have such a like terrible terrible media environment, right? Where it's like writers are almost like paid more to write like a really good headline that's like just really gonna get you pissed off or like whatever, than like to write a decent article, because like a good headline is gonna lead to clicks, and then the clicks lead to ad revenue. So like doing ads is not a bad call. Marvel, I still remember the ads from when I was a kid, like Mile High Comics in Denver, like used to advertise in like every issue of Spider-Man when I was growing up. And there was a reason they'd advertise there, because I remember like when I first like was able to visit a relative of mine who lived in Colorado. I literally convinced my whole family to drive from Boulder to Denver just to go to Mile High Comics, because it was like, it's the biggest comic book shop in the world. And why did I think that? Because their ad said that, like, so yeah, it's not a bad idea to like sell ads if you can, like whatever way you can kind of fund your books. I think that's good.
Yeah.
Pretty ethical way too.
Oh yeah, for sure. And so I think I would be getting like 25 copies, and I could order more
Yeah.
copies, but I think we're now like 25
You know what I'd
for 100
recommend,
something
Frank?
is fine. Yeah.
Especially if this guy's a friend, I would ask him if like you could kind of hang out when they do the print, and maybe even see a little bit of the pre-press, because you can learn so much. Like, I learned a lot, especially as a new illustrator,
Mm-hmm.
when I had the ability to visit local printers and like watch the pre-press guys like set up files for
Yeah.
print. I learned how to avoid mistakes too, like in the future, from it, because I'd be like, okay, when I do this with like ink, it looks really great here, but when it goes to offset, it's like I have to do these steps to make it print really well. And
Yeah.
like, you can like shortcut a lot of the hard learning on that by just like literally sitting with the pre-press guy at a printer, if they'll let you. Quite often they will. Sitting with them and just being like, hey, okay, what are you doing here? Like, what did I do wrong? Like, what should I do next time?
Yeah.
It's a really good learning experience, and you can pick up some like really utility filled skills that, I always recommend that, especially if you're dealing with a local printer. That's the advantage of mom and pop printers, is you can really build relationships with printers that like follow you for the rest of your life. So yeah, that's
Yeah.
cool, Frank. That's cool. I'm excited,
Good.
man.
Yeah.
That'll be a
So
good
like,
experience.
and then yeah, and I want to do this kind of like a test run. It's like, oh well, I mean, if I can do this with 8-page comics, and I can do that, or just seeing how it's done, and just seeing
Yeah.
how the public kind of like takes to it, because I think having it look a little bit more professional, I think more people would buy it. um, and people are just like, oh, like, yeah, I want this issue, and
There's a
I'm all
dude.
out. I can go
There's a
more
dude.
copies.
Yeah, there's a dude I knew when I lived in Portland who, like, he was at a couple get-togethers that I used to go to. Um, his name's Aaron Nels Stanky, and he did this comic called Big Questions, and or was it Big Questions or Big Plans? Now I can't remember. I'll look it up, but if you look up Aaron Nels Stanky, it'll probably show up. But he did these minis as like these artisanal offset mini comics, and then he kind of made friends with some of the booksellers at Powell's Books,
Yeah.
and from there, like his comics started really doing gangbusters, because Powell started ordering like really high quantities, because they had like a book club, I think, at the time, and they kind of picked his book as like one of the books they were going to send out to like their subscribers to like this book club thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so it went from him like selling like these small orders like locally at shops to like these mass orders from Powell's, where they were like, they would order like, I don't know, like 2,000 copies or something just for the one store. And yeah, I mean, there was something very noticeably different about like when he did them offset, it just looked so much better, because you're just not going to get that quality from even photocopying. You can kind of get close, but you're not going to get like the quality of offset with anything really but offset or screen printing.
Yeah.
The other thing, Frank, if you want to really make your stuff custom and cool and like, I don't know, there's also the option of like, you could get like a screen print set up and screen print your comics, which I think would add to the value. You know,
I've heard that like a little bit about screen printing, but like I know you can do that with shirts, but how does that work for comics? Like,
oh, dude, screen printing is like huge in mini comics. It's a pain in the ass, but it's like it does up the perceived value. Basically, all a screen print is it's like a screen that is usually
printed.
the reason it's called silk screening is the screen is a screen of silk that's like stretched over a frame, right? Like really tight.
Yeah.
And then the theory is what you're doing is like when you screen print is like you're creating, you coat it with like a photo emulsion that when light hits the emulsion, it dries. Like it adheres to the holes in the line screen. Like, cause you know, like when you stretch fabric, you know, you notice how there's little dots in the fabric, like little holes. So what you do is you like, I mean, there's different line screens, right? Like which have like different amounts of holes in them. And basically you coat it with photo emulsion. It like, there's areas like you basically, once you've hit it with photo emulsion, you then like print out like a transparency of your work where it's like in black and white, but whatever's black basically blocks the light when you hit once you've coated your screen with the photo emulsion. You put that transparency over it. Whatever's black like doesn't get hit with light, and whatever's white adheres. So then what happens is like those areas that adhered and like solidified.
All right, I'm gonna have to cut you off because I need to go get something real quick. But I'll be right back.
Yeah. I'll kind of continue that with Frank, but it's kind of cool. Like I guess maybe Frank, I might be doing my mistake of like over explaining how a screen print works, but it's kind of cool because once you kind of know how it works, it's like you can see how like screen printing isn't limited to like t-shirts. It can be done on almost any surface. You can actually, and I remember in art school we used to experiment with this, but you can actually do like a screen print and like do it on a wall. So we actually did some screen prints for fun. It was like drive-by screen printing where we set up like a good screen. We had our squeegee. We'd like go to a wall, like put the ink on the screen, pull it, and then pull it away. And you have this perfect screen print on a wall. You can do it on doors. You can do it on windows. Keep in mind, if you do it on like harder surfaces or whatever, you're likely to damage your screen, especially if it's not a perfectly flat surface. But yeah, like there's absolutely no reason a comic can't be screen printed. It just takes time. A lot of people I know who did the screen printing of mini comics would mainly do the cover, but I always thought it would be cool to have one that was like fully screen printed. And in theory, if I were going to do that for a mini comic, I would have like a large sheet, kind of like this paper, and then I would screen print multiple spreads on the same page. Yeah, but you could also pre-cut your mini comic and staple it, fold it, everything, and then literally just page 1, do a little tiny screen print pull, page 2, screen print pull. It'd be complicated because you'd probably have like 24 screens for like a 24-page book, but it's a rad way to kind of do it. And you definitely end up with like a cool scenario where you could use like metallic colors, or you could have things like glow in the dark. There's all sorts of possibilities with screen printing, you know. Can have like you can do like spot varnishes, all sorts of cool stuff. Screen printing's cool. But now I feel bad because I think Frank probably understands how a screen print works. And it probably sounded a little demeaning when I was like, oh, here's how a screen print works. I think he probably understood that.
I'm back.
Frank, I was just telling the audience, I feel kind of bad because I have this tendency to over-explain things. And I just realized like you very well probably understand how a screen print works. So I apologize if I was like over explaining. It's just that if you get like how it works, the reason I was kind of explaining the whole process is like once you know how it works, like you can kind of apply it to anything. Like you could even screen print like something on a wall if you wanted. It's like it's really like really cool. But in theory, like what you can do with a screen print is the downside would be like for like a 24-page book, you'd want to do it in one of two ways, where you would either have like a giant sheet of paper and a really big screen where you're going to screen print like the front side of every spread that you would then cut down.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then like, or you could have like your pre-built mini, and then you could have like a bunch of little screen prints that are like almost like you could have line screens that are like maybe 8x10 or something with a little mini squeegee, and you could literally burn every page. So you have like 24 screens and just pull them. Like you could do page 1, and then you could open your book and just be like, screen print the whole spread, flip, screen print the whole spread. I mean, downside of that is they take a while to dry. But yeah, people screen print posters and all sorts of stuff. It might be a bit to do a full book, but it would definitely up the perceived value of it, you know? But yeah, it's a lot more time investment than like going to a printer and having them run it, you know?
Yeah.
But I get excited about screen printing because when I was an undergrad and then when I was in graduate school, I used to hang out in the print lab because they had this awesome screen printing lab on campus at Cal State Long Beach. And so I remember like, you know, nights where I'd stay there from like, you know, 12 to like 5 in the morning, just like taking advantage of the access to screen printing stuff. Mostly posters at that time. But for one color, like that's the beauty. Like one color screen prints, especially on paper, it's a lot easier to get right on paper than on fabric. It's harder to screen print a t-shirt than it is to screen print like a print. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Yeah. Anyhow, Frank, so you need to screen print comics and have Captain Anarchy. I'm joking, by the way.
Screen print Captain America comic.
That's true. Well, you can screen print it on desks everywhere.
On vinyl stickers, and I'll just go and put it on the...
I was saying on stream too, because like when I was in college, my friends and I we would take a screen and then we'd like sneak over to an area where there was a wall and we'd like be like, and then coat it with ink and just pull your squeegee really quick and then run away. And there's like this perfect graphic on the wall.
Okay.
Although I wouldn't recommend it because like I said, if there's like 3 bumps on that wall, you could blow out your screen and then you're out however much money that cost, you know?
Oh.
That's exciting, man. I'll be interested to see how that goes.
Yeah. I've held off on putting up the mini comic at this one as is on Etsy because I wanted to get that done. But I've also been selling some copies here. So like, well, I might as well just put up 5 because the ink ran out pretty quickly. So, but I was able to get at least five copies. So
Nice.
And that's why I was like, it'd just be easier for this run to just pay for a professional looking print run and
Yeah. Yeah, you can price it out too at like I mean this is just me again, like I'm always skeptical. I'm always like I'm a deal hunter too a little bit, you know. I have people.
Well, I wanted to go with my friend because I wanted to give his company or who he works with some business.
Well, that's good.
He's the one that I know.
Yeah.
The most. I actually did a little bit of work for with him, but for another local printing company. But unfortunately, they went out of business because the owner passed away,
Oh,
and the
that's a
son
shame.
sold the business. And I was thinking like, oh, maybe I can get Captain Courage comic here, and I was gonna do that, but I waited too long, uh, and I heard the guy passed away. But like, oh, like I like that guy. He was a like a little bit of a curmudgeon, but like he was pretty cool. Like he fought in the war, and he had COVID, and like right after he had COVID, he's like, I'm going to work, and like I think he has like he had a heart condition, and like, that's what I did him in. But like I still need to work. Like he was already like he should have been retired, but he's like, no, I want to work because this is what I know how to do. So like,
I relate to that a lot.
so yeah.
I kind of curious. Do you think you'll be the type to like age out and not work, or do you feel like you'll be that guy who's just like always working?
I think it just depends on what it is that I'm working on, but I think I'll probably always be working on something. Like,
Yeah, I feel like
even if it's comics, like I'm gonna do this.
yeah, I feel like I'd have trouble just kind of sitting with things and not working. I know that's a lot of
Yeah,
people's dream is like, oh, I'll get to this point and then I won't have to work. And I'm like, I don't know. I mean, maybe there will be a season in life where I just can't work, um, but yeah, I think I relate to that story. It is good to work with people you like working with, and you could
yeah,
even, if you really like your friend in the business, like just say, hey, like, this wouldn't even have to be like with a discount or something, but you could say like, hey, I'm gonna like, is it cool if I put that this is printed locally and like your printer name on it? That's also good because like if you're at like an art fair or something or like
yeah,
anywhere local, you can be like, hey, by the way, this is also printed locally. So like I'm trying to support like the local printers out here too. That's a real
yeah. That's
good.
true.
Yeah, I mean, not only is that like a moral thing to do, but it's also a selling point.
Yeah, I can put that. Like I wouldn't even say like, hey, give me a discount, but I was like, what
Dude,
if I
Gary
put printed by so and so, like printed by your company?
Gary's on a roll. He just said, all right, guys, calling it a day officially on page 3 of Dinosaurs versus Marsbots.
Oh wow.
Find it everywhere niche indie comics are sold. I think that is really cool because that's uh, like Gary. Once he has all the playing pieces lined up, is actually an exceptionally quick artist.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to think, when did the first Dinosaurs versus Marsbots come out?
Um, let's see. Well, before my time, I think he already had them when I was checking out Scott and you guys. So like,
Yeah.
it's been a while.
Well, I think that's pretty rad. I hope Gary has a good night, and I appreciate him hanging while we're here. I know it's like a late Sunday night, so I myself will have a hard out at a certain point, but my goal here is to hopefully finish this panel. I don't know if this is like complete delusion or not, but like every time I start a panel, I'm like, this will be an hour. It's going to take an hour. And it never takes an hour, it always takes longer. I wonder if that's why I'm able to keep doing comics. That's cool though, Frank. So that doing that run might actually happen sooner than later.
Yeah. Because I think also he was kind of like hesitant because like he wasn't sure like if I could afford it.
Yeah.
But I told him like, why set aside about $100 for it? So even if it's like a little bit more than that, that's fine. And he was telling me like, that smaller one will be like 75, and like, okay, well, I need a few more pages than that, but I can do a 25 uh, count, 25 copies. So like, That sounds good. I'm
Yeah,
gonna try it out.
is he
Uh,
binding it and everything?
I think it's gonna be saddle stitched
Yeah.
because I want it to look like a comic. So yeah, so they're doing all that, and that's an extra thing that I don't have to. I have a long arm stapler, but
Yeah, if you
it's
don't have to do that, that's awesome.
yeah, and I
Like,
always like staple it like just a little bit off because I'm trying to line it up and like
mhm.
and if I off by too much, like oh, I need to take it off. So like there's copies with holes in them and I have to
Yeah.
restaple them. So like you know they know what they're doing. They have more experience.
Oh yeah.
I'll let them do it.
Yeah, getting
But
stuff professionally printed is awesome.
yeah,
And
my I was telling my mentor about it because he uses the him as well. But I think his worry was also that it was gonna cost me. But like I'm not telling them like, well, I'm saving to do this run.
yeah.
Uh, uh, which I don't mind telling them, but it's like I want someone over here and like, oh, you're saving some. I Frank, I could use. Can you
Yeah.
lend me?
So I think that that's actually that ties into the beginning of our conversation too. Like I think in your case it's a little different because this is a friend of yours, but I
Yeah.
will say also at a car dealership or like in any business relationship, um, especially as an artist, your first question should always be, "What is your budget?"
Hmm.
But if you're ever on the other end of that transaction, try not to tell people your budget.
Yeah.
Um, because if you tell people your budget, especially people who are like if people are your
Oh yeah, yeah,
friends, quite often they'll be out for your best interests. But like if I go to a car dealership and I'm like, hey, I'm looking to buy a car around $10,000 or something. I'm just making that number up. It's been a long
yeah,
time since I've had to buy a car. But don't be surprised that like every car is going to be like 10,000 base
yeah,
because they're going to try to push you a little beyond your budget. Um, like, and when you get out of there, you're going to be lucky if you spend your budget and that's it. Whereas if you say, I'm just kind of looking, I want to hear your best prices,
hmm,
then you're much more likely to have room for negotiation there. So like
yeah, yeah,
then, because maybe when they have you on the car lot, they're like in their head like, okay, this guy's describing this thing. I know a car that we could sell for like $4,000 to this guy, and like it'll hit every need he has. And then like you say 10,000, so he's like, oh great, now I'm going to sell a $4,000 car for 10 grand.
yeah, yeah.
You know, like so always be careful with that. But like obviously
Oh yeah,
if it's a friend who's getting you a
and
deal, then
and that is also something I learned from another friend of mine. He's a roofer, and
yeah.
he told me like when someone tells him like, oh, this is my budget, like oh, it just went up.
Yep.
Not now it's and he was
Yeah,
saying like
I
yeah, you don't tell people how much you can pay,
yeah.
uh, because if you know then I'm gonna charge you that.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
So that's a good piece of advice on that like kind of red flag like avoid
yeah,
defrauding kind of thing.
and I only said after the fact that
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
oh I
Yeah.
have 100
Yeah.
and I can pay a little bit more after he said it'll be about 75,
Yeah.
but it might cost you a little bit more because of the more
Yeah.
pages. Like oh well, don't worry. I was like I have this much set aside just for this. Like
Yeah, and that's not bad for like 25, you know.
yeah,
You can make that back, and honestly, you know, another thing to do is like do the math on like what it costs you for inkjet because it's like
yeah, that is definitely something I want to do. Like um, just have something just for mini comics or
mhm.
now I'm starting to do like a little bit more of Ashcan. So I want to. So that is what I was like taking more ink because now I'm not just printing one sheet of paper
Yeah.
many times. I'm printing out uh like five or the 10 front and back and
Yeah.
for one comic. so
Yeah, totally.
so um,
Okay, I gotta disappear and clean up these charcoaly hands, and it's at that
Okay.
2 hour mark now. So
Okay.
I'm excited though. Are you hanging in there okay, Frank?
Yeah, I'm hanging in here.
Cool. I'm digging it. All right. Well, so I'll be right back. I hope everybody's doing okay out in the chats. Um, I just noticed that Landon had asked Frank how you were doing, and I think we missed that in the chats.
Oh,
Um,
okay. I didn't even see Landon. Oh, okay,
yeah.
yeah. Oh, yeah, because I didn't even notice that Philip Chandler was here. I don't know, Landon, you're still here. I'm doing good. Keith, if you're still here, sorry I didn't say hi to you earlier. I'm mad at you, Keith. Don't talk to me. Hey, Keith. If you're still here, I know last time you said you found the letter, so I'm glad you found the letter. Gary is here. Was here. Timeshares. Me. Squatchy.
So
Okay.
Frank, I don't know if
Mm-hmm.
it's all the drama or anything like that, but I did notice my subscriber count went up a little bit
Oh, okay.
recently, and my subscriber count's weird. It's like I hit these points. I've noticed on YouTube. I don't know if you have, but it's like I hit these points where it just sits dead
Yeah.
for like a while, and then it kind of rotates from like added subscriber to like lost subscriber, kind of
Yeah.
goes up and down, and just sort of stays stagnant. And then every once in a while, like I don't know, I've noticed like the streams that I've been doing lately are like picking up a little bit of steam. Um, like not that they're getting tons more viewers, but like 10 or 15 more, you know. And this is like,
Yeah.
I'm coming from, like, if I were getting the numbers I'm getting now and I was like Scott's channel, I'd be worried, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like for the size of my channel, it's like 15 more views is like a pretty significant like bump for like just to see kind of more consistently across streams.
Yeah.
um and yeah, like it was like today I noticed like a few more subscribers hopped on board, so maybe we're doing something right, maybe the algorithm, I don't know. It's interesting. But I will say, if people are watching and you're not subscribed, or if you enjoy these streams, like maybe tell a friend, because it's kind of fun to see that go up. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah,
Um,
it was
I
weird,
I know
but
for me, for my regular channel, Salazar Nation, I think it's 272, and I guess I lost a subscriber recently, but I also gained one, so it went back to 272, and it's been
yeah,
like that for a few months. So
yeah,
I didn't realize like, oh, I lost a subscriber because I gained one right after. So, and I was like, why does it say I just lost a subscriber, but it's the same amount? Like, oh, they
yeah,
they left and someone else came in. So
yeah. It's interesting when that happens. For me, I never know like how to like. I've started being like way more. I was a lot more cognizant when I would lose subscribers before, but
hmm
I've noticed like it seems to balance itself out. Like
yeah,
there was one point in time where I did like a really heavy, like honest, just statement that about the Comicsgate thing, because I had held off on it for a long time, and I was just
yeah.
like, I I think I've told you this story, but like somebody pressured me on a stream to try to like support it or be quiet about it. And
Okay,
I
yeah,
I don't take well to that. I don't take well to
yeah,
like anyone, like as an American, I hate to be all like pro America and stuff, but it's like somebody coming in and telling me what I can and cannot say, like in my own territory. That's not the like, it's not the streaming. It's not like YouTube was telling me, hey, you're violating terms of service or something. It was just some random dude. And they were
yeah, yeah,
kind of being like veiled thready about it, like almost like if you don't do this, like we're gonna set the machine against you kind of thing.
yeah,
And it's like kind of the feeling of like if you were running a small bakery or something, minding your own business, and somebody comes in the shop and is like, hey, it'd be a shame if like everything in your bakery got destroyed if you don't pay your dues, you know, or if you do decide not to pay your dues, just don't say anything to the cops. It's like, I don't take well to that.
Yeah.
So anyhow, I said something about it. I just took a stance and was like, hey, I don't like this thing. I don't want to be a part of that club. Like, period. Like, I just don't. Again, like, everybody's got their things and stuff like that, but I don't like that club. There's some things that some of the members of that club do that I think are kind of crappy, and I just don't want to be a part of it. And I lost a couple subscribers. That was like the first subscriber drop that I noticed that was like fairly significant. But then like the funny thing was it like gained itself back within a week, and I was like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it wasn't like a big deal. It's like I think the longer we're building our own communities, like the more your tribe is just going to kind of form, and people who are drawn to your stuff are going to be drawn to it, and people who aren't are going to bail, you know? And then of course we cater, like I want to make stuff that's interesting to people, but I've been surprised that the streams seem to be the thing that people dig, you know, so far. That's the one thing I've been doing on my YouTube channel that's gained a little bit of traction, and I'm kind of surprised by it, you know, because it's like, wow, it might be just that I enjoy it, you know?
Yeah.
Because when I was doing like videos that I like edited and stuff, it was like insanely time consuming, kind of exhausting, and I wasn't getting like a ton of traction with it, you know? And then it was pulling away from my ability to make comics, which is the whole point of having a YouTube channel for me, you know? So I don't know. Is that train any bit interesting? I don't want to go on like a let's talk YouTube growth like kind of thing if it's boring, you know?
I don't know. I mean, I can relate to it because like editing videos, I mean, like, oh my goodness, it can take a while.
Yeah, it did, and like, you know, and I made some pretty decent ones, but it's like I like it a lot more. Like this I actually really enjoy, like because it's like getting to hang out with friends and then like talk art and be inspired and talk about whatever comes to mind and like get art done. And I'm like, okay, that I can get behind, and if that leads to like more viewers and stuff like that, like cool. And I can kind of understand, because like I don't know if you've had this, but like if I'm at work, right, and I'm going to put on like a YouTube stream, I'm not really going to watch it most of the time. I'm going to probably put it on. I don't pay for YouTube Red, so I'll probably put it on, put my phone face down, put my earbuds in, and then I'm like out. I'm into that thing for like 8 hours or 6 hours or something. Yeah. Keith said, I'm here for fist fights. I love it. But yeah, well, I mean, Frank, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention, but Frank has been prepping like almost every stream. He's been like weightlifting.
Yeah,
yeah. So I will just say this. If there is YouTube beef, Frank is my defender. Kind of like in the medieval era where you'd be like, this knight shall defend my honor. Like that's Frank is my knight to defend my honor, because I'm not going to last in the ring. If we're in like a mental ring, I can play that fight, but a physical one, I'm not going to last in that scenario. Not past Frank and those guns. You see those guns, you guys? Anyhow, so I don't know. I'm excited to see like the community build and stuff, and I thought it was cool. Just it was encouraging to see, like it's been encouraging to see like the view numbers go up a little bit and start seeing a few new subscribers, you know. And that being said, if you are a new subscriber and you're watching this in the aftermath or whatever, then say hi, like in the comments or something. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. So that's where I can see the appeal of the long form stuff is like at work. Sometimes if I see like a YouTube video that I want to watch, but it's only like 15 minutes,
Yeah.
I'm like, I have this window where I can press play here, and then I'm gonna have to focus on my work. I want to pick something that's like gonna last me for like 4 hours.
Yeah.
So I'll literally pick the stream I watch by like the length of the stream and be like, oh, that's an hour, that's good. But if it's like 15 minutes, I'm going to pass by it because I'm like, I'm at work or I'm driving or whatever. I don't want to be like scrolling through YouTube videos. I want something to. So maybe that's the appeal. I don't know, that they're like super long form and it's, like a conversation or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I know I've done that where like I'll just be listening, or even if it's just like a regular video, but like if they're just talking, then I'll just put it down and I'm working on stuff and listening. If it's something I need to like look at, and then I go, okay, like
Yeah.
yeah.
I feel bad, Frank, because I feel like sometimes you'll hop in the chats and you might just want to listen, and I'm like, hop in, like. So I do want you to know, like, I love you being on the stream, but if there's ever a time where I'm like, hey, Frank, hop on in, and you're just like, I don't know, man, I was kind of winding down and relaxing, like, you don't have to. Just letting you know. Although it is
I'm on a
appreciated.
date, but hold on. Hey, babe, I'm gonna be on Josh's stream. Who's that guy you're talking to, though? Oh, never mind. So, Josh, you're saying, where'd she go?
That would be hilarious. It's like you're on a first date and you're like you had like a big crazy romantic pre-Valentine's plans.
Yeah.
And then you're like, I'll be just like a minute. I'm a mod for this channel. I'm just gonna hop on and say hi. And then it's like 5 hours later. That's so funny. Well, that's kind of comics, isn't it? Where you're just like, I'm just gonna work on my comic for a little bit, and then it's like 10 hours later.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like
I had a moment.
Work on this. Like, where did the time go?
Yeah.
Still on one panel.
I had a moment where I had to pull my list of priorities out. Like I've talked about this before, but I have like it's something that's been helpful to me in life, but it's like I've organized kind of a list of what my key priorities are, like in terms of like people and relationships in my life. And so like my son is obviously like higher up there than like my comics,
Yeah.
But I had a moment today where I had to like really rest on that list because I was like working. I had this window. I'm like, okay, I'm going to work. My wife's like, okay, we're going to go to the park. You want to come? And I'm like, no, I'm good, And then like, I sort of initially I couldn't do it because I had to get this. There's a ship, like one of my clients, a longtime client, works like on these clothing things that are like in Germany at like a port. So it's like a sea area. So like if you've ever been in like one of those little areas by a port where there's a bunch of little shops, that sell souvenirs and stuff like that. Like, so she has like a couture company that's like right there. So they sell like t-shirts and stuff like that are all like sea themed and kind of definitely themed around that port in that area. But anyhow, they have a woman just passed away who was a longtime sea captain in that area and is like really loved by that community. And so she wanted to run a t-shirt that's commemorating, like, I guess it's a big deal, but in that area, they're going to launch a new ship that's named after this famous captain that was like loved. So I had to do an illustration of the captain, and the launch is like in a week or so. So it was like, I literally can't like not do this deadline because it's also a client that I really like. So it's like, if I blow that deadline, like it won't be there by the launch of the ship. So when I check that with my list of priorities, I'm like, okay, this is a scenario where I have to kind of put like work above, even though work never, usually doesn't take precedence. This is one of those scenarios where I kind of have to do the work stuff. So I do the work, I get it done really quick, like way quicker than I thought. And then I have this moment at home where I'm like looking at my blank comic page, knowing that's the next thing on my list of things to do. Sat down, I was about to work on it, and then I realized I need to go to the park and like play with my kid.
Yeah.
Because I caught up, and so I called and was like, "Are you guys still there?" And they're like, "Yes." And so I rushed to the park and basically played ball with my kid. But it was one of those testing moments, where it's like I had that window where I could have put comics above my kid, even though like the client one made sense. The comics wouldn't, because I can do that later in the day. It's not going to be So I feel like those little conflicts come up every once in a while, but that was a hard one to do. I hope that doesn't make me a bad person, but it took some willpower for me to be like, okay, I need to actually head to the park now instead of get caught up,
Oh yeah, for sure. It's funny because today I was talking to my friend, the guy that I was asking about the print run, and I was telling him the Anna's birthday is coming up, and I was showing him a picture of what I had gotten, and I told him the price. He was like, "What?" And like yeah, and also like my son's birthday is this month. He's like, "Oh, don't tell me you got him a $5 gift." Like, no, I gave him a like his cost more. He just wanted the money, so like I just gave him the money. But like I did like, no, my kid doesn't get this much. It's like no, you got more. He wanted games and stuff, so I was just like, oh, you just want the money, and like, yeah, sure. Like, all right, cool.
That's awesome.
But like I told him like, well, when your birthday comes up, I might get you something. I was like,
I can understand that though.
I don't always splurge, but like when it's for like a really good friend, like I want to get you something nice.
Yeah. Well, no, that makes sense, Yeah, yeah, giving gifts is fun. Even if it's like the gift of time, sometimes that's really very valuable. It was funny though, just the way like there's certain things that I'm shocked like that. Like when I was a kid, I hated sports so much, like I really hated sports. Like I didn't naturally enjoy sports. I didn't like learning how to catch a ball or any of that stuff. I was just like, if you were to like, write down a list of like everything at the time that was considered like a nerd, I was just like everything on the list, like just if there were check boxes on it, you'd be like ticking off every single part of the boxes. But I do remember my dad kind of like teaching me how to throw, and I remember some times where that would just lead to like tears, like on my end, because I just like did not want to learn how to throw. I was afraid of the ball, like all of that stuff,
Yeah.
But I'm like super thankful because of that, like even though I wasn't good at sports, like I could still like throw and catch a ball. I could still like occasionally like, have a win. Like not all the time, but I knew enough to kind of get by and get a win. And also to find a sport that I liked. Like I liked basketball a lot. And I was okay at it. I wasn't like great, but I was okay at it. My son, I'm watching him go through everything I went through. And it's like the weirdest thing because like at the park, like where I'm teaching him how to throw, and I have to push him a little bit because he wants to quit when it gets tough. And it's like I have to teach him, like, no, you got to kind of like see it through, like kind of analyze what you did wrong. Like, okay, like I wasn't watching the ball. Next time I'll watch the ball, right? I wasn't like moving my right foot forward when I'm throwing with my right hand, so the ball's not like moving. So like I gotta remember to do that. And I'm like teaching him how to do this, and I see him like well up a little bit with tears. And I was like, oh man, this is rough. Like this whole dad thing is really rough. Like it's like because you kind of have to not like push, obviously I was like as sensitive as I could be with it, but it's like really it's like I want to be able to just tell him, but he's too young to get it. And I tried to as best I could explain it, but it's like it's so important for him at this young of an age when the stakes are that low. They're not high. They're not high stakes, but the lesson is high stakes. Because it's like if he doesn't learn at like that age, like how to like fail, like adjust, try again, fail, adjust, try again, and try to kind of find joy in that process, he's gonna have like a really hard time, like as an adult, So it's, but like, how do you explain that to like an 8-year-old, who's like, I just kind of want to do Minecraft, and you're like, yeah, I mean, I get it, I kind of hated this too when I was a kid. And I'm not going to force it on him like a sports dad or something, but it's like he does need to learn how to throw and catch better, So it's weird. It's a weird. I'm getting to that point where it's been a weird experience, that dadding, where you're like having moments where you're like, I'm doing things that are necessary, but like that, it's like gives me a window into stuff that I don't think I had a window in from my father when I was younger, It's kind of weird. So, yeah. I know, hot take, you guys. Sometimes in fatherhood, you'll do things that remind you of your father. Hot take. It's crazy.
You should do a compilation of every time you say hot take, and just put those in a video and just upload it like Kemble hot takes.
Oh, I love that. Like, yeah, if I can ever do, I gotta at some point. Maybe that's what I'll do when I finish these comics, is just take like a month and just like do pull clips from my YouTube and stuff. The stuff that I should do if I had the time. So did the oversleeping kind of throw you for a loop for like the whole day, or was it just like just adjusting and doing night service kind of thing?
Yeah, like I had to adjust, but I know before it would throw me for a loop, and like, I'm trying not to make a habit out of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I adjusted, and I was like, all right, I'll just get up and get ready and not drag. Get dressed early on, so I'm not like getting ready at the last minute when my ride's getting here and he's honking the horn. So,
yeah, I can definitely relate to that. I feel like days where I like oversleep where it wasn't planned, it's like I always feel a little off for like the whole day. I'm like a little behind on everything. Like,
yeah, that's what I don't like about it, that I'll miss a chunk of the day.
Yeah.
And that's like, oh, I could have been working on stuff.
Yeah, and it's different than like if you're like, okay, like for me, like I have a little bit of planned sleeping in that happens on weekends. Where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna push it and do work till like 3 a.m. or something. And I'm like, I know the next day I'm probably gonna like at least sleep till like 9 or 10,
Yeah.
And in those cases, if I wake up at like 9 or 10, I'm like, okay, cool. It's like I've planned for it. But it's like if I have like a really late night and then I wake up and it's like noon, I'm like, oh crap, you know, or worse, like afternoon, then I'm like, oh man, my whole day. Keith Harper said he's all jacked up on C-Force. I think that was a comment when you were
Yeah, when
powerlifting.
Yeah. C-Force.
So Frank, you've always lived in Texas, right?
Let's see. Yeah, I've always lived in Texas. Like I visited other places, but I've always lived in Texas.
Nice. Have you lived in different parts of Texas or like the same area?
Yeah, I lived in Corpus Christi while I was married, and I lived in the next town from here, which is like just across the street. I lived there a few different times, um, and I lived at my mom's place until, or then I moved out from there and came here permanently. Uh, because and then my mom passed away, so
Yeah, that's
so
heartbreaking, man.
yeah, it was a rental place, but it's my brother-in-law, my sister's husband, he owns it, so he rented it out. Uh, but yeah, but we had to. Well, I moved out before my mom passed away, so I would have a place to stay, so I wouldn't have to like find a place. My One of my brothers was still living there, and he had to like move out immediately. So like yeah, but I think he found a place already. Like he has an apartment, I think.
So was it unexpected or was it sort of like a like kind of something you guys saw coming?
Yeah, like you could see it coming. Because she had been sick for a while. It was actually like my my sister was like planning for it.
Yeah.
Uh, because every time my mom would go to the hospital, she's like, "This could be it. This could be it." And I was like, "No, it's not time. It's not her time yet." Like I think, but this time, like I feel like this could be it.
Yeah.
And so a lot of us were feeling like that. Even my mom, when my mom had said it to my sister,
Yeah.
like I don't think I'm gonna make it out of here. Like so she was like kind of coming to terms.
I feel like that was fairly recent, right?
Yeah, it was in 2020, early 2020. Actually, this month. Actually, this is the anniversary of her passing away.
That's interesting.
The anniversary month.
Have you had that thing where like during the anniversary, like there's like kind of weird vibe and you're like, oh yeah, that's because this happened? Or
Yeah. I was
yeah.
actually talking to Anna about it a few months ago because like I got like a wave of depression,
Yeah.
and I'm like, why am I sad? And then like, oh, like this would have been my mother's birthday, or this is when my mom passed away. This is when
Yeah.
this happened. So
And
like,
by the way, like
my mom's birthday was in January, so she got to live to see her last birthday,
oh
and she
wow.
passed away the next month.
So if I ask questions that you don't want to like answer on air or anything too, like feel free, to like
Okay.
establish that line. I know for me, like when when I lost my dad, like it helped to just talk about it. And like, it was honestly like, it was a little weird because like anytime I'd bring it up, people would be like changing the subject really quick, or that like you'd almost end up. Actually, my friend who just lost her father to COVID, like she's been experiencing that too. Where I asked her because she was telling me about it. I was like, how often have you found yourself comforting your friends lately about it? And she was like, oh, all the time. Like, because it's like you do often find yourself in a position where it's like you kind of just need a hug or like somebody will listen to you, but you wind up having to tell your friends like it's okay, it's not the end of the world, I'm okay, like, and you're like reassuring them, which can be a little off-putting. So, but it was funny. She was just going through that experience, and she was like, is that like a normal thing? I'm like, yeah, I mean, that's how it went for me, but I do remember exactly what you're talking about, where in fact, it's weird because my father passed away like quite a while ago. I was like 21 at the time, I think. And so, I mean, that's almost 20 years ago now. And still, like, there's these times like around it happened in September. And there's times in September, like toward late September, where I just start feeling super depressed. And not as heavily as it used to hit, but where it's exactly like you described, where I'll be like, why is it like what, and then I'm like, oh yeah, like that kind of makes sense, because those things, it's like we carry them with us even when we're not like consciously like fixating on them or thinking about them all the time. Holidays too can be really tough.
It's usually around that time that I start getting a little bit depressed, and I'm like, why am I depressed? Why am I feeling like this? Because I used to feel like this around this time. Like like for some reason February is just like a strong month for me. Like there's been loss, but also like good things. So like I try to think of like the good stuff, like oh, it's one of my youngest sons, it's his birthday in February. So and oh, like this also happens in February. I totally forgot it was Valentine's Day tomorrow. But
I'm glad I didn't forget. I tend to forget holidays of all kinds. And like we're gonna go to, like, my wife and I are gonna go visit like Corey in a little bit, and his family and stuff, and hang out in a couple weekends. I think maybe a weekend now. Anyhow, so that was like our little Valentine's gift to each other. But I also felt like I want to cover my bases, so I got her a couple things too, like a back warmer thing, because she has back issues sometimes, and like a cozy bathrobe that like is like a wintry, like soft material and stuff, so she can chill and feel comfortable in the house. And that's like, but I got those after. And initially, my first instinct was like, well, we both said that we're going to do this for Valentine's Day. So, like, it's all established and I don't need to get anything. And then I remembered that, like, even though my wife is not, like, one of those women who, like, I don't know. Like, my wife isn't, like, your standard. She's not, like, a typical... I don't know, like, she's a rad lady. She's really cool, and she doesn't kind of have a lot of the hang-ups that a lot of, I don't know, we're not like traditional people. Like, I'm like way more emotional than most dudes. She's like a lot more stoic than most women, like, but still, I was like, you know what? I'm still gonna cover my bases and get her something, because I've been married long enough to know.
Yeah.
Even though my wife isn't, like all girls, I think it's still I think it's still meaningful to get something. So I figured better safe than sorry.
Good.
But I definitely am a person who I'm prone to forget holidays, birthdays, everything. I have to write everything down so I don't forget. It's shocking to me how easily I can forget like a really important day. But anyway. I'm fading. I need more coffee because I got to finish this panel. Do you set deadlines for yourself with art?
Yeah, I try to set like kind of loose deadlines. There's only like a few where it's like more or less a hard deadline. Like like this one, the Corey Mech comic. I did want it to get it done um last week. Uh, but no, actually, yeah, yeah, like a few days ago, I wanted to get it done because I was gonna uh mail off like the first copy to Anna for her birthday, and then I was gonna mail off copies to you guys. So I wanted her to get the first copy, and like I'm not gonna finish. like I'm not on. I'm not close to the last page yet, and I want to rush it. Um, so like,
So
okay, well, and like, all right, well, I still like mailed her out a card. So,
so
but
how did you and Anna become friends again?
oh, the AAA creators Discord,
Okay,
Marsh's
that's Marsha's.
Discord.
Yeah.
Um,
Nice. Was there just like a common interest in
yeah,
dinosaurs?
well, like yeah, we actually it was bugs. Like,
I was
well,
actually gonna say a common interest in dinosaurs or bugs. So okay,
yeah,
that's
well, it
cool.
was a few things because like we would like get it in an audio chat, and sometimes she'd be there, like listening and chiming in, and I'd hop in and talk to everyone there, and like uh, sometimes it'd just be like us two or maybe one other person, so we'd be just talking about comics and stuff and different things. And it wasn't until she said something about bugs and and birds and stuff. Like, oh, she likes animals, and like, and I think I showed her a video clip of I don't know if you've seen the show. Would I Lie to You? It's a British show, but there's like a lot of clips on YouTube.
I don't actually know what is it.
Oh, it's like this panel show where it's set up like a game show, but it's really like for laughs. So like they'll have two panels, and each panel has three people, and they have like the team captains, which is Lee Mack and David Mitchell, and they're like two big comedy stars. And they read from a card, and so you don't know if it's going to be something that the writers made up or a truth from their lives. And so if it's a lie, they have to act like it's truth, and if it's truth, they try to throw you off. So there'll be these absurd stories. And
Oh, nice. Okay.
one of them was that this girl, when she was younger, she ate some bugs to impress a guy. And I sent that to Anna after I found out that she liked bugs, and she mentioned about eating some at one time. And I said like, oh, I ate some bugs too when I was a kid, and I sent her that clip. I thought she'd like it. and we just like started talking more about like different things.
Nice.
The show is really funny. Like you should watch it. Like since I was just
Yeah,
watching
it
some episodes, but
sounds really
uh,
funny actually.
like yeah, there's it's actually something you could just like play and listen to because there's these I guess like supercuts. So there's one of Lee Mack who is like a lot of his like witty one-liners or his different lies and stuff, and like he'll really like go off on something, and like
Nice.
you know it's not true, but like he'll like add stuff and just like it'll just be like hilarious.
Do they let you as the audience in on the lie or truth
At the end,
as it's happening or at the end? Oh, okay, cool. So you don't really know
yeah,
initially
you
either.
don't know.
That's
So
great.
at the end of this, like the other team decides, okay, truth or lie. Like, okay, we're gonna go lie, and then they say truth or lie or whatever, and then the team that guessed it gets some points.
Man, British game shows get really interesting. There was a one I can't even remember the name of, but it was like the premise was like basically this game where you have to kind of figure out people's intention. And so
Okay.
it's like basically the the premise of the game is you have like a button or something. Like it's two people. Each one has like a button where they're going to basically betray the other person.
Okay.
And then you have a pot of money. And so the catch is like if you both make the agreement to leave and split the money, then you both get like an equal part of the money. If you convince somebody to vote that you're equal partners and then you betray them by pressing this button, then you get the full amount of the money.
Okay.
But if you both press the button and betray each other, then nobody gets anything. And that's the whole premise of the show. So it's like this crazy political negotiation where
Wow.
you're trying to like kind of come out where like, you know, you hope people can negotiate and everybody wins.
Yeah.
But it made for like this crazy dynamic. And then I remember there's like some guy who figured out how to like rig it or something. And I think his premise was like, hey, like when we do this, like I'm gonna press this button. So regardless, like it's gonna have this result, but I'm gonna split the money with you. And the guy's like,
Yeah.
what? And he's like, yeah, I'm just being straight and honest. Like, if you do this, like I'm going to betray. Like he's basically the first guy to just be upfront, where he's like, no, like I am not going to partner with you. I'm going to press this button every time. So here's what's going to happen. You're going
Yeah.
to not press the button, and then I will give you half the amount. If you press the button, we walk away with nothing. But if you just trust me on it, then like we'll both get it an even split. And he's like, I'd trust you to hit it, but he's like, I've watched like a million of these shows, and people always end up betraying each other. So I'm just going to be really honest and just say, hey, at the beginning, I'm going to betray you. Trust me, and I'm going to split the amount. And then he did it. The guy trusted him, and then he split the amount, and they kind of like rigged the show. But anyhow, it was just a fascinating thing. But I love British TV shows, and I also I find it really funny when you watch like because it's just a different cultural expression.
Yeah.
So tension in like an English TV show is like way more subtle than like American tension. Like I've watched like British baking show episodes before where it's just like the hosts are like, wow, it's getting just intense here. And it's like compared to our reality shows, it's just like somebody being like nice shirt kind of negatively or
Yeah.
something. It's like they're not really being rude at all. Oh, okay. I gotta get a refill of my coffee here. But I'm gonna have to check out that show, man. So it's called
Would I
Would
lie
You
to you?
Would I Lie to You? Okay.
Or Wilty, Wilty, and you'll find a ton of clips.
That sounds hilarious. Okay, I'll be right back. Whew.
Let me check the chats.
All right. So is there an activity that's like a... I think I might have asked you this before, but maybe I didn't. Is there like an activity? Like for me, it's like guitar. Like I have a very bad time like not like I love guitars. I love owning guitars and I respect and admire them so much that I couldn't see a point where I reach a point in my life where I'm like, at last I have enough guitars. It's like I love them so much. I love the process, the build of them, and it's just like a fascinating thing. They all have their own kind of story. And so like I'm really into guitars. I don't know why. Do you have a thing like that that's like a passion outside of comics that is like if you went into a store or like you'd just be like, I don't know if I can like avoid like this thing, you know?
It would be like some action figures or like oh this like I know if I go there like oh I'm gonna want that. So but yeah,
Nice.
it would vary, but yeah, like having like little things to like to just have here and like oh I'm gonna get this dinosaur, or I'm gonna get this and like
I can understand the dinosaur thing for sure.
yeah, I have a few over there. Or I get some better ones. But
yeah. I don't know if you've seen above the fireplace at my house. We have a T-Rex head mounted.
Oh, okay.
Like a life-size T-Rex head.
I want to get one of those. I was looking on Amazon and there's I think I saw that too, but there was like a Jurassic Park Velociraptor.
Yeah.
And I was and it has also like a little claw, so it looks like it's going through the wall. Like it's
is that visible? He's kind of in shadow, so I don't know if that's even visible right now. Well, I'll turn on the light. Hang on a sec. I want to show you this T-Rex head because it's awesome. Hold on. Was that at all visible?
I'm trying to see.
Let me see. Let me see. Hold on. I'll increase the size.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. So you can see that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I have to fix my OBS. But yeah, he's like a big old dinosaur. Because my wife and I are nerds. And we have this joke that if we ever bought a house, we'd need like a T-Rex head like mounted above our fireplace. So that was the first thing we did as like a congratulations to each other after we had gotten our first house, which was like, you know, if anybody's gone through that, it's like a crazy experience. It's a lot of work. And anyhow, like a couple months after that, we saved up and got that T-Rex head. All that work just to show the T-Rex head.
Oh, yeah. I ordered a replica of a Velociraptor claw. It's still not here yet. It'll be here 2 or 3 weeks.
That's awesome.
I don't know where it's coming from because I ordered it at the beginning of the month. It's taking a while.
Yeah, there's a like shop out here that's like kind of like it's like famous in the world of like you know, strange truck stops.
Oh, okay.
Like, you know, like but like there's those like places that are like Americana where it's like there's a giant crocodile or
Yeah.
like some kind of weird like tchotchke location where it's like, okay, this is like alien landings, or this is where like, this is the Sasquatch store that sells like Sasquatch memorabilia, and it's like in the middle of nowhere on, whatever, like Route 66 or something, right?
Yeah.
So there's a place up here that's called Charlie Brown's, and it's like equally out in the middle of nowhere, like in Lake LA, which is like just nothing. It's just desert, And there's like no houses. There's like a couple weird stores. And then there's this giant like store that just sells all sorts of weird stuff called, and then they have like really awesome barbecue and like weird stuff like buffalo burgers and yummy stuff like that. And like a whole variety of like hundreds of shakes and stuff. It's called Charlie Brown's. But it's like, like a block long. Like it's this giant, weird little tchotchke store. But they also sell a ton of dinosaur stuff. And they're like one of those places that sells like life-size stuff. So like they have like, like weird, like awesome stuff that used to be at like, like it'd be a place where you might be able to find like a Bob from Bob's Big Boy, like an actual one,
Oh, okay, yeah.
Anyhow, they have these giant brontosauruses that my wife and I keep thinking that would be amazing to have in the backyard. Just a big old brontosaurus. It's just, or screw it, just put it in the front yard, But anyhow, so I love that idea. It'd be cool to own like replicas of a lot of that stuff. It's really fascinating. I mean, dinosaurs are really cool. They're really interesting. I don't know if I buy. I need to get that book that Adam was talking about. I don't know if I buy that they were like underwater dinosaurs.
Yeah, I think some, but not.
Yeah, but I don't know about like T-Rexes. But I do think dinosaurs are awesome. I feel like if somebody doesn't like dinosaurs, there's got to be something wrong with that person.
Yeah, I bought this little book, Dinosaurs and the Bible. I glanced through some of it. I haven't read it all. It's a little book, though.
There's a couple mentions.
Yeah.
There's like the Leviathan, whatever that is.
Yeah, the Leviathan and the Behemoth.
Uh-huh.
And
Leviathan's in like Job.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, both of them, but they're both in Job.
Yeah, and it's like that's literally the first book. I mean, it's not in the order of the Bible, but it's the first book that was discovered or whatever and taught. I'm pretty sure. I kind of feel like that's the first revelation to man. It's not chronologically the first, like
yeah.
But it's like I think that was the first revelation given, which I always found really cool because like as a believer now, it's like I think the lesson in it is really valuable for like when you do. And I've told you this, Frank, and I think we're kind of in agreement on this, where it's like it's really hard to. Like I really don't think I can convince someone to believe. It's a weird thing. I think I can talk about it to people, and then like I do think it's very contingent on the whole Holy Spirit thing. So it's like I can do as much effort as I want, and it's not necessarily gonna change that person, But also, I think like once you do believe, there's this weird thing that happens. At least for me, it's what happened, where it's like even the stuff I'm skeptical of, it just doesn't bother me as much. Like it's like I don't. All the stuff I used to look at and be like, "Ooh, that means God's like this evil, horrible person," which I did have that response as an atheist. It's like now I look at and I'm like I can see something I didn't see before. And it's just like a change in perspective that just kind of happened,
Yeah.
And for that, like once you've had that, I think Job is really powerful because like it's just pretty much God telling Job, like, who are you to question me? Like, and just, which I heard a really interesting take on where somebody was saying, like, rather than viewing it as like this authoritarian leader being like, I am so much more powerful than you, how dare you question me, right?
Yeah.
They were saying it's almost like if you like ask a quantum physicist, right, to tell you about black holes, you're not going to understand black holes. Like you can try, but you're not, like most 9 out of 10 people are not going to like most people aren't going to have a way to grasp that, right?
Yeah.
And that's science that human beings can comprehend. So it's like if I ask like a quantum physicist to like describe a black hole, they might be like, okay, I can kind of paint a picture for you, but you're really like you're going to be out of your depth in this conversation.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's like unfair of them to say. I feel like thinking about Job, like from that perspective, where it's just like God being like, look, even if he tried to explain it, it's like, how would you even like, like Job wouldn't have been able to understand it, So I don't know. Viewing it from that lens was really interesting, It's like God's pretty much saying the same thing. It's just I think like the version I was kind of describing matches more with like Christ and his approach.
Yeah.
And so for me, that was like a window into like, oh, I hadn't really looked at it like that. I didn't have a problem with the other take on it either, but I just hadn't looked at it from that lens, which is weird. And I don't know if that's profound or just like kind of like, yeah, welcome to the club, dude. I don't know. It was interesting. It had an impact on me.
That makes a lot more sense. And I think even Jesus said something like that in the end of the book of John, where I think it's Peter is like saying like, wait, why does he get this? And he's like, my grace is sufficient enough for you. Like, don't worry about him. Like, like I'm giving you a lot too. You're just not getting the same thing. But,
Yeah.
but my grace should be enough for you.
Yeah, it's interesting throughout, like how much that's a continual story of like people being provided for and then looking at other people and going, but why did they? Like, it's just a constant theme. And that seems to ring true to like the reality I live in and my own heart. Like, I definitely find myself doing that sometimes where I'll be in a scenario where I should be perfectly content, but I'm like looking at someone else's stuff or something on the horizon that's like something I don't have. And it's so like hard to, especially when you're like overly trying to avoid that, because we're in a society that's like so built on like utilitarian consumption, like everything in our world is designed to be like buy more, right? Consume, like advance. And rarely are people thinking like, where are we advancing to? Like, what are we buying for? Like, all of that stuff. So, yeah. Anyhow, rambling, but But dinosaurs are cool.
Yeah.
um, I would love to have like. Have you seen those like replicas that are like of a full like skeleton of like a dinosaur? They're like life size replicas. I mean, they're
Like
crazy expensive, you know.
yeah, like in the museums, and I would love one of those just to hear in the house. Yeah.
Yeah, wouldn't that be so rad to just like have like a like a full velociraptor like in your
Yeah.
living room or something? Like I don't know. I feel like speaking of the like looking at what other people have and stuff, sometimes I think it might be a benefit that I'm not like extremely wealthy.
Yeah. This is
Because if I were loaded, I'd
the
probably
Rock.
just do that.
The Rock has a a Tyrannosaurus skeleton in his house. I don't know if it's real or if it's a replica, but like I mean,
Well, if it's The Rock, it might actually be a real
it might
thing.
actually be a real one. Yeah.
Or just like a really fancy replica, you know?
Yeah.
That'd be pretty cool.
Oh man, that's awesome.
So yeah, I feel like I don't know if I was like blessed with like absurd levels of wealth, like in my head, I think like initially my response is always like, no, I'd be like really wise with it. I'd like, you know, probably like pay off my house, maybe help relatives pay off theirs.
Yeah.
And then like, you know, put most of it in savings and like live off the interest and like just be very wise and frugal and help people and be really good. And then there's another side of me that'd be like, I'd buy like 40 guitars and then like T-Rex skeletons, like, and then I'd blink and be like, what happened to my money? Like, you know, I don't know. I can see where people can lose money pretty quick, you know. Once you
Yeah.
have a certain amount, I can understand. I think I'm old enough to where I'd be responsible with it, but I can definitely see how like I mean, I would say if I like had come into like $1 million at like 20, I would have probably blown it and possibly become like a crazy drug addict or something, you know.
Yeah.
I do think there's a little bit of that's something I think about too with like blessings and God and stuff like that. Like I don't believe in like prosperity gospel where it's like, hey, if you like pray hard enough and believe hard enough, like you're going to be just this super wealthy person, you know? Also because I meet a lot of really miserable wealthy people, so I don't necessarily think that like I don't think wealth is always a blessing, you know.
Yeah.
I think it can be a real curse sometimes for people. But that being said, I do think there are times where like we really want something. At least I've noticed this where I want something from God, and like I'm just not there in my walk yet. But when I get a little more mature, then it's like, okay, you can have this blessing now, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm like really thankful I didn't get it before because I'm like I would have screwed that up, you know. I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah. Oh no, for sure. Uh,
So basically, I just need to stop wanting to buy giant dinosaur skeletons so that, you know, I can be blessed with millions. That's what I'm getting at, Frank.
you can get 3D printed skeleton.
That's right. Commission somebody on Etsy, they could probably put that together. I would like to get a human skeleton, not a real one. But like I do think it would be
Like a doctor's one.
Yeah, I do actually think it would be beneficial to have a full replica.
Yeah, that would actually be cool. I don't use it that much, but I have a mannequin, and I kind of joke saying like, "Oh, I use that for references," but like I just use it to keep my Captain Courage suit on there. But like I would like a life size skeleton next to it would look pretty cool. It might creep out people. Like Because just having a mannequin there is like, why do you have that?
My sister-in-law, I don't know if she still has it, but she had a full size Halloween skeleton that she had in the back of her car.
Okay.
Just like sitting in the seat. I thought that was hilarious. But no, like for art reference it would be cool. Like, just to like as like a little reminder of like what's underneath what you're drawing,
Yeah.
It's funny too because that book that I'm going to be doing about the Brownings, the one I'm going to be illustrating, I guess that Robert Browning did have a skeleton, like a full human skeleton, because he was like a painter as well as a poet. So, because like that's that era when like you had like your typical English gentleman would also, they'd be like like a poet, a writer, like a painter. They'd be educated in philosophy. It's like you have this idea of like a well-rounded kind of knowledge base,
Yeah.
That might have been what put that in my head, where I was like, that would actually be really cool to have like at the house. Might be a little creepy for my kid.
Yeah.
So you're gonna get a Velociraptor talon.
Yeah, a claw or talon. It's supposed to be it's a replica. It's plastic, but it's supposed to be molded from an actual one that they found.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So, and it's a little bit like a little small because it's an actual one, and everyone thinks it's like they're huge, like in Jurassic Park. But I was reading the reviews, and they'll say it's small. Like, okay, that's fine. Like,
yeah, how big were Velociraptors in reality?
They weren't as big as Jurassic Park makes them look. They're probably they're a little smaller, probably like the size of a dog.
Yeah.
So I was thinking of Halloween skeletons. I bought this a couple of years ago.
Nice. Oh, that's awesome. It's very cool.
It hangs upside down, so like
that's rad. Did I ever tell you Chris Kawagua's Jurassic Park song?
No.
He said for like a week and a half, him and his wife Christina were in place of the Jurassic Park theme song, just singing, I'm a dinosaur, I'm a dinosaur, I'm a dinosaur. And I hate to say this, Frank, but now that's going to be stuck in your head forever. The next time you even hear the Jurassic Park theme, you're going to be like...
especially now that they're doing another Jurassic Park movie.
You know that TV series my son really digs? The like one on Netflix, the animated one?
Yeah, the animated one. Yeah, I saw a little bit of that when I was visiting my kids in Corpus. Their aunt has Netflix, so I stay there. So I'll catch up on Netflix, and the kids are like, "Oh, let's watch this show," and so like we're watching the Jurassic Park animation. It looks cool. Like I like this. This is actually
yeah, I like that it's higher stakes.
yeah.
It's funny that my gosh, I'm gonna blank out on the guy's name. We've had like a guest on Artcasters who actually worked on that.
Okay.
He's our Halloween guest. Why am I blanking out?
Oh,
we have him every Halloween. Oh
not
my gosh.
Kimura, is it?
No, but I'm a bad person for forgetting his name because he's brilliant. And he directed like...
Yeah, he was just on too.
Yeah, he worked on like
spooky background.
Yeah, he worked on like Bubba Hotep. Like he's like a really legit dude. But anyhow, he was saying that that like the earlier iteration of that show was like a million times better, and wasn't super happy about like the results. But like I didn't have that back room view of things, so like to me it seemed like really cool, and like I thought it was cool that they had high stakes. Where it's like, dude, if the kids, like, one of the appeals of Jurassic Park is like, yeah, I mean, if the kids misstep, that T-Rex will eat them. Like, it's not like the T-Rex is like creating soft, kid-friendly results, you know, if like there's mistakes.
Yeah.
And I liked that about the island, that there's actual problems. David Hartman, thank you, Keith. I can't even believe I forgot.
Keith. Thanks, Keith.
But yeah, brilliant guy. Brilliant, like amazing dude. One of the best guests we've had. And yet I blank out on names continually. Okay. Frank, thank you for keeping me company. I don't know if I would have made it this far. All I have to do is the background.
3 hours? Wow. It doesn't feel like 3 hours.
Yeah, it's nuts. So what are you working on currently?
Just working on that panel, that page. I was working on the other day, but I kind of put it aside.
Cool.
Where Gary's little cameo is in.
I'm excited about that page. So I think
I drew Corey the other day in there. Corey in a wheelchair talking to Dr. Cirque. So I have that little hallway where Gary's there, but I want to put another reference because I can put like little windows, because that's actually be the next panel. They're gonna see a window and it's gonna be Captain Goggles and Masked Woman sparring. So I kind of wanted to pass the window like, hey, that's the guy that found me, and like, oh yeah, that's Captain Goggles. We'll talk about him later. And then so
nice.
But I want to put a Jeff Lafferty reference in here. It might be for the next page.
Are you gonna have a Berserkernaut?
That's what I was thinking, because I have that little window where Gary is working on the on something. He's working on computers, and I was gonna because I put a little door, like, so you go into the office. So I was gonna put like Lafferty Labs, but I didn't want people thinking that's supposed to be Jeff. I was thinking maybe I could put like a little Berserkernaut poster in the back.
You know what would be hilarious is just for some reason, like working just next to Gary is just Berserkernaut, like typing on a desk. He's just another one of the employees there.
It's just there.
He just happens to be just kind of at the lab. Man, it's been fun to see Jeff like pop up in the chats now and then. I still want to like hopefully have a stream with him. He's such a fun guy to talk to.
Yeah.
Jeff is a bit of a mushroom. Do I have to like spell out the dad joke there? I have to for the audience and also for myself. So. To be a proper dad joke, I have to spell it out, right? Yeah. So, yeah, he's a fun guy, right? A mushroom. Okay. I know. At that point, I was saying about how like sometimes I get these unsubscribes and then these subscribes, and that joke. If I look at like the stats and I find that at like the 3 hour and 20 minute mark, like half my subscriber count dipped, I would understand. They're like, I just, that was the last time, Josh. Goodbye. They're like, we like Frank. We like watching Frank and Captain Goggles on the stream, but that dad joke was, it's just there's no amount of Frank that can make up for that joke.
Yeah. I dad jokes. I try to say them on the Taraco, but Anna just like stares at me like, "What are you talking about?" Like, never mind.
See, here's the problem. Like, for me, that's the appeal of a dad joke. Like, if I told a joke that was a dad joke, and then somebody like started just tearing up laughing, like I would feel like I failed my dad joke.
Oh, okay.
Like, I feel like the best result, the result you really want, at least for me, I would want from a dad joke would be a dead stare from someone like Anna. I would want her to just give me maybe even an eye roll, because I would be like, okay, I'm going to keep making jokes like that. I can't help it. It's just, I don't know if that makes sense. I gauge my jokes by like how much my wife is just like rolling her eyes at it. And then I'm like, okay, I got to continue that joke.
Yeah, I've done that too. Like, it depends on my audience. Like,
Yeah, that's where you are much more emotionally intelligent than I am, Frank. I'll just let the dad joke drop and see where we're at the end.
yeah.
Sometimes that can clear a room. All right. So, oh yeah, that's right. Okay, so I do need to disappear again because I'm at that like. This is definitely one of those streams, Frank, where I have to get work done, but I'm like I am feeling the lateness.
Yeah.
And this isn't even that late for our streams, you know.
Oh yeah, it's only 2:15 a.m. here.
Yeah, and here it's like 12:15, so it's like I'm used to it being like well into like almost like 4 a.m. or something by the time we're. All right, I'll be right back shortly.
Right.
Keith, yep, I can't blame you, Keith. Keith was like unsubbed.
Unsubbed. Oh. Hey Keith, how's the missus? Or wherever. How's life, Keith? Did you do that video yet, or not yet? What answers, Keith? I really love this monster stuff. See, folks.
I don't think he can respond. He's unsubscribed. He's like that joke just sent him running.
I'm out of here.
Running in fear.
Okay.
It was like the mic drop that killed my channel.
Every Tuesday we have the support group, and I think it was like 2 weeks ago. They were talking about like we're gonna have a meeting, and they're just like asking people like if they can make it, and like someone asked, "Oh, what do you need us to take something?" And the wife of the guy that works will say like, "Oh, I'll text your wives," and then I said, "Yeah, be sure to text my wife too." And like one of the guys like, "Frank, they're trying to be serious. You're here making jokes." I'm single. If anyone's wondering, like that's why. That's a.
Yes, Frank is single and looking to mingle. I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's funny because I really dig sincerity. I mean, like anybody who's read my comics like knows like I really like going deep and sincere conversations.
Yeah.
But I definitely have times where I've derailed like a very intimate, like nice situation, like or a conversation or just like a conversation where somebody's like, you know, like it takes a lot of willpower and strength to be like totally vulnerable in a conversation, right?
Yeah.
Or in any situation in life. And like I have found myself And it might just be like the nerdy background where it's like, like nerds, at least from when I grew up, it's like you learn how to diffuse situations that get tense with a joke. It's like humor is like your resort, and so it's like a nice way to kind of diffuse a situation, to kind of ingratiate people and stuff like that. But the downside is like when that's like your trigger response, then sometimes it can kill those moments of like, somebody like opening their soul, and then you're like, fun guy in mushrooms, haha. Like, so anyhow, but yeah, so I relate to that story. I've definitely been in that scenario. The other problem is like sometimes humor just pops in like really inappropriate times. Like,
I know I do. Like, sometimes I have to like bite my tongue. Like, don't say.
Yeah. I think. Oh, go ahead.
I have a friend that like we can't have a serious conversation because we're always riffing on each other. It's like sometimes we have to say like, I'm trying to be serious right now. Let me finish what I'm saying. So, but we've had that where we're like, I'll say something and then he'll like catch it and add on to it, and I'm like, I'm trying to tell you a story. or the opposite, like he would say something and it's like give me some advice, and then like, oh yeah, and then this, and like
you're like, no, that wasn't a joke, man. That was just
yeah.
And
then we'll just like go back and forth, like, okay, let's be serious. Like,
yeah. I personally, like, it's funny because like Luhan's a guy who jokes a lot, but also goes like super deep in conversations.
Yeah.
And I really admire the way he's able to kind of balance that. Like, because talking to Jim is like always a really pleasant experience because he keeps things light and funny, but then like goes super deep, and like it never feels like uncomfortable, like the conversations, because he's like a master conversationalist, I would say. Keith said, no, I was excited when I found the letter. I immediately opened it. Oh, so excited when I found the letter. What was that regarding?
I was asking Keith something because I had sent Keith a mini comic. Well, the preview mini comic bugging out, so I did like a small little preview. I think it was like 8 pages.
Oh, nice.
So I sent that out to everyone who had bought something from my Etsy store.
Oh, nice.
And I did a letter. It was like I typed it out, but it was like a letter to each person, and I added the mini comic and just thanking them. And like for Keith, I think I threw in a Corey Kerr sticker because I had one left over.
Hell yeah.
The Corey in the mech suit. And he said he was gonna do a video, but he had lost the letter. So I asked him if he ever found. Is he gonna do the video soon? Like, no, like as soon as I found it, I opened it. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the tough thing. Like, I know that like I think unboxing videos are kind of like pretty fair game on Twitter, on YouTube. But like I kind of filmed a quick one for Instagram when I opened my guitar or whatever. And then I realized like the problem is I just don't want to like do all the editing and but I have been trying to make more of an effort of like especially if somebody sends me a comic or something, to like open it or show it on stream, just because like, I mean, it doesn't take a ton of effort to like do, and it's a nice thing to do, and I've had people do that with 2 stories and it makes my day, so I'm trying to kind of get better with that myself.
Keith says I also sent him a Davy Rocket sketch card.
Hell yeah, dude.
Which I had forgotten. I was like, I wonder what I sent him because it's been a while. So I was like, oh yeah, I did do a sketch card.
I'm curious, Keith, what are you working on whilst we're streaming? What part of town is Keith from? Like, what area? Do you know?
I think he's in Tennessee. Oh wait, am I thinking about Davy Crockett? Uh, he's in like one of those small, bigger rural places. But,
Nice. Well, let us know, Keith, where you're at, and then also your social security number and your birthday. I'm joking about the last two.
actually, I think I have his address here somewhere.
Oh, don't dox Keith.
No, I'm not gonna. I was like, it's not important.
So
Keith was asking me questions while I was doing a live stream on my channel, and Keith was in the chats. And he's like, I think he was like asking like, "Oh, how old are you, Frank?" I'm like, Keith, I don't want to dox my age. Like, I don't want to
I feel like Frank. I think we're like around the same age. I'm guessing.
Yeah, we are.
I think we're like probably.
I think we
might actually be the same age. I'm not sure, but
I think so.
I think it would be within like a year of each other at least.
Yeah.
I don't mind mentioning my age to people.
Yeah, like I'll mention once in a while, but like I want people to keep thinking I'm younger than I am.
Yeah, I mean, like clearly I'm 19. I mean, like,
yeah.
Who can't tell that, right?
Oh, Keith he's from Southern Indiana.
Oh, Indiana. Okay, cool.
Indiana, that's right.
My dad played baseball for Indiana State.
Oh, cool.
It was like
and
second
I used to
base.
Watch Indiana Jones.
They used to jokingly call him Indiana Kemble because he grew up in Indiana and then lived in Chicago for a long time. Because I think Indiana's Keith can correct me on this if I'm wrong, but I think they're like really close, like Indiana and Chicago, like Illinois. I think they're really, really close. A lot of overlap in that Great Lake area, you know?
Okay. It's like part of, I think, like Washington State has that connected to Canada, depends on where you are, but like.
Yeah, my dad lived in Canada for a bit too. This is a weird little story about my dad. He went to the School of the Art Institute of Chicago, and my dad was actually previously married, and had like his wife had kind of bailed, and so he was like a single guy, like living in at that point in Canada, and trying to kind of find work and stuff like that. And his car got stolen, and in his car was like his portfolio. And this is like back in the day when like all portfolios were like these physical things that you'd spend tons of money printing out and stuff. That was like a heartbreaking thing for him. He definitely mentioned that one a lot, which is interesting because like I almost feel like father like son because I got my portfolio stolen like as a young man in college, you know. But luckily at that point I didn't have like two kids like relying on me, you know. That would have been a lot of pressure. But yeah, so I feel a very like, I don't know, it's weird. I feel a connection to like Indiana just because of that, like because I heard so many stories about it.
Yeah.
Also, my dad used to paint a lot of the forests up there. Like, I guess there's a ton of like trees and.
Did he get in trouble for painting on the trees?
No, he just screen printed them. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you went with it.
I was trying to figure out a way to build on that and tag it with a. I think that's a tag, right? Where you do a little shout out callback.
Yeah. Keith
I appreciate
Northern Indiana is very close to Chicago. I used to live in Chicago as well.
Yeah.
miss the city.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some cool things about Chicago. I still have a lot of friends from the t-shirt industry that lived in, Chicago because they were like some of
Yeah.
them actually worked at Threadless, um, and it is a really cool city, depending on where you live, because it can also be a really rough city depending.
Yeah.
Got a lot of stories about that from my father too, like about like he lived when he lived in Chicago, his family lived in Lucky Luciano's neighborhood,
Mm-hmm.
and apparently it was a very safe neighborhood.
Okay.
But I don't know if the safety of that neighborhood's like something to brag about, you know? But yeah, Chicago's an interesting city, man. Definitely a huge history of cartooning there. Like a lot of the legends of cartooning were in Chicago. You know, I'm trying to think about it. I think Frank King was in Chicago. I think. I know McKay was in Chicago for a really long time. Like Windsor McKay. Um,
Oh wow, cool.
yeah, there's like a whole history of it because like Hearst had like a lot of control of the papers there, I think. He said, I have gotten a page layout done while listening. Nice. Glad we're keeping you company whilst you're getting page layouts done, buddy. So, Frank, you know Keith from the Hundreds, right?
Um, no, I know Keith from Jeff Lafferty's stream when Jeff started streaming more often,
Okay, nice.
and I know Keith was in the hundreds, and I was always associated with the hundreds because I was just around everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but I hadn't done it, so I was like, I better do it so I don't feel like an imposter. so uh, so now I joined the Facebook group and I would post there. But I think I met Keith in the chats of Jeff Lafferty, and also like in the Artcasters and that like
Yeah, yeah.
um. But Jeff had him on the show, and he had me on the show
Yeah, you used to go
a
on
couple
Jeff's
times.
stream quite a
Yeah,
bit. Yeah, it was
yeah.
always fun. Um, yeah, I like those streams. Oh my gosh, now I'm blanking out. Oh, I should know this. The co-host of like
Oh, Gib.
Gibran, yeah,
Yeah,
or Gibran. Um, he
yeah,
he's really funny, dude.
yeah.
Pretty damn talented musician too.
Yeah. He put music on his channel and like he got into animation.
Yeah, but he posts like some really funny animations. Like he was doing these I gotta look at his channel again, but he was doing these really cool like almost like Space Ghost episodes.
Yeah,
Like they had like a Space Ghost coast to coast kind of vibe to them.
yeah.
They were super fun. I feel bad. I think I offended him a long time ago. And I still feel bad about it because I really actually really admire him and respect him. I think he's a really talented artist. Um, but I think like I got political,
No,
which isn't the best, you know. Those who know me know that that just kind of happens, but I do try to be like a little better about it, you know. Um, with politics because, again, like if you're a good person and you're kind to other people, that's kind of what matters, you know.
Yeah.
And Jib definitely seemed like a guy who was like nice to people, and I don't know, seems like a good dude. So, but also his music's really cool. I kind of want to get that vinyl. Actually, I think he pressed a vinyl of
Yeah,
it.
it's on his in Store Envy.
Yeah, and he has mixtapes too, but it's like I don't have a tape player, and but I definitely would like to get that on record. It'd be cool. I like what he does. I feel like they had a funny dynamic, like him and Jeff.
Yeah. Which well, it's like because of them that I started streaming.
Yeah, yeah. I can definitely understand.
It was actually Keith's idea um, when they took a little hiatus because I think Jeff was moving and Gib, I forgot, Gib was doing something. So like, or maybe it was because Jeff was moving. So like they took a break. And Keith like reached out like, hey, do you want to do like an interim Artcasters
Every
while we're
time I
gone?
hear somebody say took a break, I think of like that thing on Friends where it's like we were on a
We're on a
break.
break, yeah.
And the funny thing is I don't even watch Friends. It's just there's a show that I really like called Comedy Bang Bang,
Oh, okay.
and Scott Ackerman will quote that all the time. So it's like 3 layers deep where it's like I think of it cuz he quotes it.
Yeah.
Anyhow, sorry.
There's some like pop culture media that's like that people only know it because it gets quoted a lot, but they don't know the
Yeah.
source.
Yeah, and like I know the source. Like the second he did it, I was like, "Oh yeah, from
Yeah,
Friends," you know. But
yeah,
it's like, but it definitely is. It's lived beyond the source. Where to me, it's really funny because of Ackerman, not because of
yeah,
Friends. You know, you're right. It is interesting how things will have like this second life. You know,
yeah.
have you ever found out about like a huge pop cultural phenomenon through like a totally different pop culture thing?
Um, I found like some things like that, like the oh, you heard the line, one of us, gooby gobby, one of us. So, so I first heard that from Kirk's The Animated Series, and I found out it's from uh, an old black and white movie about freak shows. And
Nice.
like, oh, well, like, wow, I didn't know that. That's it was from that. That's that old. Like, yeah. And when I was still married, I think I was I like the movie Little Shop of Horrors, with Rick Moranis, and my ex would say like, uh, "Feed me, Seymour." She would say that line, and like I had gotten
Oh,
the movie, and we were watching it, and she's like, "Oh, that's where that's from." Like, yeah, I thought you knew because you say it all the time. Like, my family just says it, but I
oh,
know
that's
what was from.
hilarious.
So like,
So the family like had a bit from the movie that they
yeah,
just grew up saying. That's funny.
yeah. I think I
Little
even
Shop
had
of
like,
Horrors is great. I
yeah.
love that movie.
I think even recently I was talking to, uh, I think we're just having a conversation with Anna, and I said something, and she's like, "Where's that from?" Because I've heard my family say it before, and like, you know what? I'm not sure. I've just always heard it, and I looked it up, and it was from the Oliver Twist movie.
What? Oh
Yeah, it
my
was.
gosh. Was it
Yeah, it
Please
was.
I Want Some More? Was it
No,
that?
I knew that. Like that one,
Okay.
I knew more, but it was like one of the songs like the kids are singing about food.
Oh, Oh, okay.
Food, glorious food. That song.
Oh,
So I think someone mentioned food and I said that food, glorious food, and she's like, "Is that from something?" Because my family says that. I was like,
yeah, and that's been like cited or like referenced in like a ton
"Yeah,
of stuff, so that makes sense. It's just kind of in the
yeah,
meme sphere or whatever without like that's the interesting thing about memes, they can almost like
yeah,
be divorced from their original like context, and just take on a whole new life. Keith said, my old apartment manager's brother was Hillary Barta, pro inker. I think Brian Azzarello and his wife Jill Thompson are also based in Chicago. Never met any of them though. Well,
okay,
I hate to name drop him again because I just probably over talk about this cartoonist, but Chris Ware is from Chicago as well. Um, he's like a very big time Chicago guy. And Chicago plays a huge role in a lot of his comics. Like one of the coolest things about Jimmy Corrigan, the smartest kid on earth, is like it has this whole sequence that takes place during the Chicago World Fair, and it's really incredible because it's like a lot of the architecture that like burnt down in the Great Fire, like it's like the big Chicago fire that like burnt down like
yeah,
half the city. Um, yeah, so he like pieced together that and has a whole sequence in Jimmy Corrigan, that's I think it's hundreds of pages long that take place at the Chicago World Fair. It's really cool. Um, and because of that, actually, it sent me down a rabbit hole of like reading about the Chicago World Fair and stuff. Like that book got me really interested in it. Because there's also, I guess, there's like one of the first serial killers was at the Chicago World Fair.
oh, he was,
Yeah, it's crazy. I forget what his name is. It's like something home, or I don't know. I'm probably getting the wrong last name there. You can just look it up. Chicago World Fair serial killer, and I think it was the first case of that was documented in the U.S.
oh,
He was a weird guy too. Like he would have like a hotel. Like he built a hotel that was like a death trap. Like the whole hotel, it had like a murder room. It's so creepy.
oh wow,
But what he would do is like he'd get like these travelers or visitors who like were usually young women looking for a place to stay while they were seeking a job, and then he would somehow get them to like sign over their like all their inheritance and then like murder them.
oh wow,
And he got away with it like for a lot longer because of the World Fair, because like there was so much construction and like stuff going on that like you know it wasn't unusual for people to go missing because there was just this grand event that was like one of the biggest in the world. Anyhow, it's really fascinating, and the whole history of that fair is just um, amazing and cool, and some of it's dark and creepy and some of it's fascinating. It's just really cool. I don't know, I like it. But yeah, Chicago's rad. It's a rich history. I feel a little envious of some of those areas because I do feel like the one thing about living in California, we don't have as much history as like a state. Like we definitely have some cool like missions and like very like historical areas, but like it doesn't have that like wealth of like if you go to downtown LA, there aren't buildings that like have the history that like buildings in Chicago do.
yeah,
Where it's like there's just this like I feel like Chicago and New York are like those cities that like they're cities that have like really wealthy, rich histories.
yeah,
Um not rich like money rich, but just like historically rich, where
yeah,
it's like, oh, that building, this giantly awesome historical event happened. That building, this,
yeah,
you know, whereas like LA is a much newer city, so it's still kind of building its history. Um, And I feel like California is kind of like that with a lot of things, where it's like there's just so much like, newer stuff that it doesn't have that feeling. There's like this vibe you get, and like I definitely got that in New York too, where when you're walking through the city, there's like this weird kind of energy that you feel like, and I don't get that in LA. I get it a bit, but it's just missing that like that kind of component. There's definitely areas in Texas like that too that have like a ton of. I don't know if the cities date back as long though. I think Texas and California are probably pretty similar on the big cities. Although Texas does have a crap load of very long history there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The Alamo.
Did you say
New
something
York?
about animals?
No, the Alamo.
Oh, I thought you said the animal. I'm like, who's the animal? Yeah, the Alamo is definitely. I haven't been there since I was like, when I lived in Texas, I of course went to the Alamo because if you're a Texas resident, you have to. Like, I think we went with my school on like a school trip. And then I think we went again with my family. I actually at some point I want to do a trip to Texas because I'd like to have these vague memories of the Riverwalk too,
Yeah.
and I kind of think that would be fun to check out. It'd be fun to kind of go to some of the places that I lived at that that I'm like even maybe track down like the old school that I went to in kindergarten,
Yeah.
because it's like I have these vague memories, but it's like the problem is it's such a huge state, so I feel like if I went to like the Fort Worth area to like where I grew up, I think I'm trying to think geographically, but I think that's a pretty far stretch from the Alamo.
Yeah.
And then, I'd want to go to Austin, but it's like Austin from like Fort Worth would be like take me longer than it would take me to drive right now if I got in my car to Arizona, Texas is a big state. Like you kind of can you drive the whole state in a night? Like I don't even know if that's possible.
In a night, not the whole state.
Yeah, it'd take a while. It's a big old state. And I feel like it's interesting too because there's different pockets. I mean, it's very similar to California, where California's got totally different vibes. Like if you go to, San Francisco, it's got a totally different vibe than like LA. So they're the same state, but they kind of aren't. It's weird. And then if you went to Orange County, you'd be like, where am I? Like this is, they're all like different feelings, the sections of. I feel like Texas definitely has that, Frank, I've finished my panel.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I was right. It was Holmes. Okay, so it's the Holmes Murder House. That's if you're ever bored and you want to look up some like weird murder mystery stuff. It's interesting. Okay, so you guys, thanks to everybody who's watched the stream. We've almost hit the 4-hour mark. Thank you, Frank, for hanging out with me and making comics with me, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Keith, for hanging in the chats and making comics with us. Actually, you know what? Next time we should just have Keith hop on. We're Facebook friends, so next time, Keith, if you want to hop on, I'll send you a link. All right. So if you guys have sat through this whole thing and you aren't yet, you should hit subscribe, hit the bell, hit the like button, and share the word. It's been pretty fun seeing like the subscriber count go up a little bit. So I don't know what's causing that to happen, but I want more of that. So please share. Please encourage other people to like hop on the streams. And if you have any ideas of like topics or anything you'd like me or Frank or anybody who's frequently on here to address, just let us know in the comments section. And then, of course, most importantly, make sure you pre-order Jacob's Apartment or request that your local bookstore carry it. If every single person who watches these streams, let's say like this gets 50 views, right?
Mhm.
If 50 people today in their different locations went to 50 different bookstores, right, and asked this to be ordered, that would have a mass impact on the sales of the book and on my future and reality. That's a powerful thing. Like, I'm just saying, it's not a crazy thing to have happen. And I want you guys to know that if you're one of those people, if you're one person who went to a bookstore and said, "Hey, can you pre-order this book? It's coming out through Graphic Mundi." Most bookstores are super open to that, and it does have a direct, huge impact. Like, it's not like a tiny impact. That's like the difference between like clicking a like and like buying a mini comic or something. You know, like it's a very big help, and it's free to do. So I'm just encouraging you guys to go out there and do that with Jacob's Apartment. And then also Two Stories Book One. If you haven't yet, pick up a copy. There's still at a discounted rate on Amazon, although that price fluctuates. So if you ever see it like go below like $10, you might want to scoop it up because it might go back up. I have no control over that. Other than that, Frank, how can people support you, check out your work, and also maybe give you a tip as a thank you for being a good mod on this channel too?
Well, you can check out my link tree. There's one, the link is in the chats, but if you go to any of my, if you go to my Instagram account, there's a link there. So it's Salazar Art Nation. You can go to my link tree, and I do have a PayPal account where you can tip me. I do have a Ko-fi account where you can also tip me, but I prefer the PayPal, but that's just because they don't take any fees on the tips. But if you want to buy some mini comics, you want to support there, help me out and get something in return, you can go to my Etsy store and order some mini comics. I should be having this one up there pretty soon. At least 5 copies for now, and I'm gonna wait till I get the other ones, and so those might be some better copies. So like, it's up to
Love
you
it.
if you want to wait or get the early one.
Yeah. I love it. And the comic that Frank's currently working on too has like a bunch of surprise guests from the Artcasters. So you want to be following Frank on social media and on YouTube and stuff like that, so that you get notification like the second that thing's available. Because I think for people who follow us in the Artcasters, you're also going to get a kick out of it because it's a big crossover of a bunch of people you are probably familiar with. Brianna just joined us right when we're about to end the stream, and I feel like Brianna's had this happen before.
Yeah,
Brianna, we love having you on here. So and in the chats. So nothing personal. It's just it's I have to work in the morning. So thanks again. I hope you guys all have a good day. I hope that some of the tips at the beginning of this stream about kind of navigating and trying to avoid like getting scammed or conned as an artist will be helpful or useful for you. Also, I would just say at the end of this too, let me know if you guys have any tips that have helped you kind of avoid traps or like falling into scams or ploys or anything like that when it comes to being an artist, because we got to be vigilant and kind of watch out for ourselves and for our communities, because there are people out there with dark intentions. And so like I'm always open to hearing tips on avoiding that kind of stuff too. All right, thanks again for everything, and thanks for watching this, and thanks to those of you who've newly subscribed. That's really appreciated. It's fun to see the community grow, And thanks to everybody who comes on the streams and kind of makes this thing a thing. So you guys are the reason this is anything. And I appreciate it. It's fun to try to facilitate. So, all right. Have a good night, guys. And have a good, I guess, Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.